Oh, gamers! Genshin Impact. Mobile Game of the Year Gamescom 2024. We're actually getting Primo Gems for that. That's kind of pog, not gonna lie. Anyway, we got some hangouts we gotta do. I'm gonna get all the hangouts done before Natlan comes out, because I feel like that's a good thing to do, you know?
First, get into position like this.
We might do some quests too, maybe Abyss. I don't know. I'm thinking about saving Abyss for actually when Natlan comes out, because I'm sure there'll be a Battle Pass quest. And I don't think the Battle Pass quest retroactively works with Abyss. I could be wrong, but I don't think it does, so I think I'm just gonna wait for that. But yeah, so we got some hangouts to do. I don't know who I want to start with. I could go in order, to be honest. But I kind of want to do Kaya's, Loki. And, well, I want to do Lynette's too, but like right now I kind of want to do Kaya's. Kave's an alright character. I might like him more after his hangout, but Kaya I'm more interested in. So I think we'll start with Kaya, and then we'll do Kave, and then we'll do Lynette. Yeah. We're finally getting caught up on these. I don't know why it took me so long, but yeah. Oops. Wrong thing. Shenanigans and sweet wine. Oh yes, I forgot I hit the HUD. Which I love that, by the way. I love that we can do that now. It's like actually kind of immersive. No, we'll just keep it off. Who needs the HUD, am I right? Where is this? Port Ormos. What is he doing in Port Ormos? Dude, what's Kaya up to? Why is he all the way here? That's kind of crazy. Low key. Low key, that's kind of crazy. Okay, I might need the HUD for a second. Wrong one. It's just over there. Okay. We'll do it. We'll do it out the HUD. I'm so glad we can do that. Low key. Reminds me of Minecraft F1, kind of, except you can still see the character. I guess you could see the character in Minecraft if you went third person. So immersive. And hey, I got a path to follow still. So did he come here on ship? Is that why he's here? I see him. I see him. Of course, he's doing his little thing with his freaking. Oh wait, he's never mind. I thought he was like flipping a coin. He's like talking to birds? He's whistling to a bird. Bro, hey, it's a bird whisperer.
Don't feel down. Come and perch on my shoulder. Don't be shy. I'll show you around town.
Like, this kind of sounds sus, Kaya. Like, if that was a lady and not some, like, bird, I think people would be sussing you out, bro. Kaya.
Really? No wonder they never pay attention to me. Forget it. I probably shouldn't be anthropomorphizing them anyway.
Anthropomorphizing. That's a word.
To which one of the Animo Archons wins do I owe the honor?
Yes, your natural charisma drew me here. Lumine literally just said to Kai, hey, you got the riz.
Oh, is this your way of saying that you missed me? Since it wasn't meant to be with this little birdie, I'd better leave it alone. Let's take a walk, shall we?
Yes, let's. I mean, I guess it makes sense that he's in Samara, because I think Samara's right above Conria,
if
yeah?
you're wondering why I'm here, Jean's been worrying about trade safety recently.
Okay, so he's doing trade routes.
I unwittingly burst into her office to save the day.
Unwittingly burst into her office.
Another job involving long-distance travel falls to me. I suppose it's my own fault for having such a strong sense of duty.
Hey, that's cool too, because the subtitles still stay on despite me having the HUD off. Actually really nice.
Still, on the bright side, business is now taken care of. And I have unused travel funds, so I was planning to...
Planning to what? Interrupted?
Gundafar, we are in the middle of a war. Your place is at the front lines by my son's side. Pray tell, what provokes your unwarranted return to the palace?
This feels like it's playing a lot more like a story quest and not a hangout. So far, anyway.
A matter of utmost importance, Your Majesty.
Now it looks kind of
such
hangouty.
that I must personally report it to you.
Huh. Outdoor theater. Looks fun.
You gonna act, bro? You wanna stop and see the show?
Actually, yes.
Actually,
I
yes!
saw some guards do a musical performance when I was traveling with their caravan in Sumeru. They were desert dwellers. So are these actors. And I think I actually recognize one of them. Come on, let's go watch.
Sure, let's watch it. Be a banger of a show. Watch the performance with Kaya. Oh my god, I just realized we like... Oh, never mind, I thought we fast traveled. Banger.
Your Majesty, not only has God bestowed the throne upon you, but your beloved son, Prince Kubad, has led our brave warriors to victory
Like both of their
against
hats.
Frasyav's army. His men have laid down their arms and fled. Frasyav's brazen ambition is no more. He has bowed his head and now presents to your Majesty an offering of treasures and hostages, as well as a plea for peace. My king, this battle has finally restored the dignity of our people. Moreover, with Frasyav's offer of land comes the opportunity to expand our borders, as your Majesty so greatly wishes. His Highness the Prince and I believe this peace settlement will be a great boon to our nation.
A great
For this
boon.
reason alone that I have removed my armor and made haste back to our halls from the front lines. My king, what say you to this proposal?
Ah, it's the tale of Prince Kubad. Ever heard this one?
Nope, never.
Don't worry, I still remember the general plot. Let me fill you in on the background while the king deliberates. The main characters are the brilliant Prince Kubad and his war-hungry father, King Kabus. The one talking to the king right now is Gundafar, the prince's tutor. When the prince was
Dang, what a
young,
nerd. I'm just
he
kidding.
was deceived by a malicious rumor that the prince had mistreated his stepmother. He demanded that the prince walk through a blazing fire to prove his innocence. Miraculously, the prince emerged unscathed, thus proving his innocence. But the seeds of doubt had already been sown in the king's mind. Now uneasy in the presence of his mistrustful father, the prince requested to be sent away to the battlefield where he would fight against Frasyav's army. That's the enemy general we heard them mention just now. This is the part where the prince has won the war and decided to forge a peace with the rival nation. He wrote a letter recommending peace to his father. Oh, it looks like the king's made up his mind. Let's keep watching.
Frosyav lost because he did not have the blessing of God. Our God will always watch over us and punish our enemies. Once the bells of war have begun to toll, they shall not cease until the blood of our enemies fills the land. There can be no victory until the last enemy soldier has fallen. If Kubad still wishes to be my son and hold the intaglio I bestowed upon him as proof of his royal
What's
blood,
an intaglio?
then he must obey my command.
Your Majesty, I must caution that a nation destroyed is not a fallen city writ large. Now, the loss of one city strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies, compelling them to accept defeat and cede land in exchange for peace. If, however, we insist on bringing a whole nation to its knees, then so long as a single person is left standing, they will see us as their sworn enemy, and one day return to us tenfold the pain that we have inflicted on their nation and family. My king, a people is to their nation as wild grass to the open prairie. Though we burn down the whole field and spare not one blade of grass, roots continue to grow unseen beneath the surface. Come the spring, it is all but inevitable that fresh green shoots will rise up from the ashes.
Cease, Gundafar. Your mind grows dull in your old age, filled with naive delusions. We shall have no more need of you on the battlefield. As for my son Kubad, I will summon him back to the capital, so he may be tried by a court-martial.
What are
Damn.
you saying, my noble king? Why must you mistrust your own flesh and blood and sink ever deeper into the blight of hatred? When he was falsely accused, you once doubted his honor and made him walk through a raging fire. Did he not prove himself worthy by emerging unharmed from the flames? Now you would turn me away when I seek only to provide the wisdom
God, I
of
spill all over
counsel.
my freaking chin.
What is the justification for this?
The justification is that my word, not yours, is the law of the land.
Damn, what a
Cease
tyrant.
and be gone, Gundafar, so you may spend the rest of your days with your wife.
Isn't that a way to spend your days, though?
What has become of the king that I served with my life? Fanaticism has robbed him of all reason and wisdom. Peace is surely the most favorable path for our nation, yet he refuses to accept it.
I wonder if this play... I mean, I may be looking too far into this, but I almost wonder if this is gonna go into Kaya's backstory.
Continue the fight to the end. Perhaps the first task should be this.
Like, what if Kaya's the son in
I
this
shall
story?
send a loyal contingent of warriors to eliminate Frostia, and the
It might
hostages
actually
he
be.
is sent to our palace.
Brilliant acting, Darbil.
I saw you approaching us in the middle of the scene. I was worried that my performance would be subpar and you'd think I was just making a fool of myself.
Not at all. Far from it. Actually, let me introduce you. This is Darbil, the actor for King Caboose. When we first got to know each other, he was still a guard for one of the merchant caravans. Seems like he's now made the switch to full-time acting.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Any friend of Kaya's is a friend of mine. To be perfectly honest, I wasn't making all that much as a mercenary.
Dang, imagine not making much as a
get away from the
mercenary.
danger and live a more stable life.
That's good. That's good for
I was
him, man.
already pretty good at telling stories, so I just recruited a few friends and started performing shows all over the country. Full disclosure, we had to put this little stage together using whatever wood and cloth we could borrow.
It looked like a
It's
pretty decent
really low
stage.
budget. Anyway, we're all good enough at acting to get through the motions, but none of us are any good at coming up with a script. Everything we
You need a
tried to
script
write
writer.
just sounded off somehow. So I got a student from the academia to adapt an old story I knew to make it more appealing to our audience. What do you think? Passable?
I can
probably
tell
liked it.
that you've had someone tighten up the lines. They turned out very nicely.
Ah, that's good. Well, as you can see, even now, we still don't have much of an audience. Don't suppose you'd be interested to see the rest of the show?
Sure, why not? I don't have anything pressing lined up. And I don't think the traveler
Oh god, are we
does
gonna watch a
either.
whole play in this
Tickets
hangout?
for two, please. How much would that be?
There's no need for tickets. You could just get some food from Jafar Tavern. We've worked out an arrangement with them. We've actually found a sponsor for this performance, too. He's not too happy about the poor turnout, though.
Oof.
I doubt we'll be able to keep him for the next performance. A real pity. But what can you do, huh?
Darbil Asgar still hasn't shown up for the next scene. We should get his costume and sword out so they'll be ready to go the moment he gets here.
My apologies. I have to get ready for the upcoming scene. I'll see you from the stage.
Talk to the bartender if you want a drink.
Watch Kaya have to fill in. Because the actor didn't show up.
Would you two like to order some food? What can I get you? If you're looking for recommendations, today's special is the tandoori roast chicken.
Ah,
The
bear with us
tandoori
a
roast
moment.
chicken.
We're just going to take a look at the menu.
Hello, Horace Blake. Where the chat at? You're the first chatter. How did you become friends with Darbil?
I was at Port Ormos discussing some business opportunities, and some crook was trying to pull a fast one on me. Darbil took pity on me and politely asked him to make himself scarce.
Dang,
He's
he
a
took
good
pity
guy.
on you?
A decent storyteller, too. Quite an interesting character. There's a lot of fun to be had if you hang around interesting people doing interesting things. Especially
You don't
if you're in
say.
the company of an interesting friend. That's my secret formula for staying in a good mood. Try it out sometime. You'll see what I mean.
And he's
Thanks
not wrong.
For waiting. We're ready to order now. We'll take you up on that tandoori roast chicken. And let's throw in some desserts, too. One each of the rose custard, that Tulumba, and the Padisara
Dang,
pudding,
you like
please.
desserts, bro?
That should see us through the show. We've got good seats, close to the stage, but also not too crowded.
I don't
We
feel
can
like
watch
it's a
the
very
show
good
as we
angle.
eat. If I remember correctly, the next scene should focus on the prince. But I won't spoil it for you. You have to experience it for yourself.
Sounds like the story has made quite an impression on you.
You could say that. It's always stayed with me because it's hammered home a cruel but realistic truth.
I still feel like it's
People do not choose where
a
and
similar
when to
story
be
to his
born.
story or something.
Yet the circumstances of their birth define the choices that they will
Ah,
have for the rest of their
Yep,
life.
it's
Here you are.
definitely.
The check's on the table too.
He relates to
Just
it
call
anyway.
me over when you're ready to settle up.
No need. I'll pay up front. Here. Keep the change.
Oh, even tipping.
Thank you, sir. Oh, but this is too generous.
Call it a token of my gratitude for the excellent service. The food all smells wonderful too.
Hiya, the Riz
So
Lord.
please pass my compliments to the chef.
Thank you so much, sir.
Let's dig in, traveler.
You enjoy the feast with
Hey,
Kaya.
Kaya. I'm so sorry. But the actor who plays the prince has run into some difficulties and won't be able to make it.
Oh, yep, he's totally gonna
Can't
fill.
do the rest of the show without it.
He's totally gonna fill.
I'm really, really sorry, but we'll have to call the show right here.
Can you use an understudy? Can Kaya fill in for him? Dang, we're volunteering, Kaya.
Ooh, that would be fun. I wouldn't say no.
I was just kidding.
Darbil, would you lose any income if I were to mess this up?
Not really. I mean, there's not much of an audience here anyway. I wouldn't want to take too much of your
come on.
time, though.
Is Kaya gonna get in his
Don't
skin?
worry about that. I like to be spontaneous now and then. Spice things up a little.
Let me think. Well, you already know the story, so you just need to memorize a few lines. Ha! You know what? This might actually work. Ah, wait, but Kuban has a specific costume he's supposed to wear, and there's no way you'd fit into it.
Oh, I have a
Switching
costume.
actors is one thing, but wearing street clothes on stage would really ruin the immersion. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work.
Well, good thing that I've actually got a costume with me. It goes pretty well with your stage, too.
You're kidding. Can you show it to me?
Yep, he's gonna put out his
Sure.
skin.
If you can show me the way to your changing room.
It's in the restaurant. Follow me.
And it comes out in the drip. Whoosh. Honestly, though, I can't believe we got that skin for free. Honestly, the free skins are pretty good in this game. Rippy.
Gotta say, I think I actually look pretty dapper
Yeah,
in
you do.
this. It's a pity I don't have many opportunities to wear it in public.
Such a show off, but you do look pretty good.
Uh-oh, not a fan of me as a prince? I'll have to act my heart out so you'll be too dazzled to make any digs.
Kaya, here's your script for the next scene. It's not too long, but you also don't have very long to prepare. Do you think you can memorize your lines in time?
Only one way to find out.
Kaya and the actors briefly rehearse the scene.
Okay, I think we've covered all your lines and movements on stage. You haven't had long to prepare, so don't worry about forgetting your lines. We'll remind you.
All right, I'm good to go.
Great. Then let's get this show on the road.
Watch Kaya's performance.
General Kubat, son of Kabus, the fate of this battle is clear. I beg you, please spare my few remaining men. They no longer have the strength to fight back.
Frasyav, though
Bro,
you
it's an
now
enemy
lead
model,
only the
so it doesn't
husk
have mouth
of a
movement.
once
That's so funny.
mighty army, I have no desire to crush your dignity. Even your most savage warriors have no desire to see further bloodshed, and none among your ranks have opposed these peace talks. Nevertheless, I must hear it from you one final time. General Frasyav, Do you agree to sign a treaty in good faith and commit from this day forth to peace between our nations?
With my army in ruins, I am in no position to do otherwise. But on this, I give you my word. Yes, let us end our hostilities and send our surviving men home to their families.
We share the desire to lay down our arms for good and liberate our hearts from the dirge of hatred. Then as God above is our witness, by the authority vested in me by this intaglio of King Kabus,
I still don't know what intaglio
I
is.
hereby declare that I will spare your hostages and what remains of your army. May peace be restored to this land, and may these fields of war become a place where crops grow aplenty. My tutor, Gundafar, has already made haste to my father, the king, with the recommendation of a truce. It is my sincere hope that he will see that peace as a path to prosperity.
Well, it's
and
too bad
grant me
your
his
father
blessing.
disagrees.
Prince Kubad, your name is renowned throughout your land and ours. I will place my hope in your words.
One will find on a battlefield no master of ceremonies, nor the paper on which a treaty may be signed. In their absence, let us raise our weapons and swear an oath. I, Kubad, son of Kabus, hereby pledge protection to you and all of your kin. May the oceans be stained red with my blood if I am ever to renounce this oath.
Wow, your friend
Thanks.
is so dreamy. He's not a real prince by any chance, is he? Hey,
My God.
Lashana, you
She
don't
was
want to miss
blushing,
this.
bro. She
The
is
good-looking
Kaya's
guy who
got
left
the
that huge tip
got
is
the
acting on stage with Darbil's
riz.
troupe.
Darbil's one lucky man.
The guy who left the big tip.
I return, your highness.
She just wants the money.
I hope I'm not too late. Have you already promised peace to Frasyov?
Nay, I am not so rash as to preempt my father's blessing. I promised only what I could so far, the safety of his kin.
My child, I must share with you the gravest news. Kabus has become blinded by fanaticism and hatred, and will stop at nothing to vanquish every last man under Frasyov's lead.
How can this be?
Kind of lame of him, not gonna
You
lie.
mean to say that my father has rejected our proposal for peace?
Yep.
He has indeed. I urged
Father's
him
lame.
to reconsider, and for this I was rebuked and dismissed from his service. But far stricter punishment than this awaits you, should you return home with your troops. Please heed my warnings, dear child. I dare not imagine what unspeakable atrocities your father intends to commit.
Nay, the truce must stand. I cannot renounce my oath. How can man claim to stand above beast without remaining true to his word? The masses have grown weary of death and conflict in both our nation and theirs. Are we all now to bend to his will and massacre countless more to satisfy a desire that is his alone? When I departed my beloved home to fight in a foreign land, I did so to honor his wishes and for my duty to our people. Alas, is this fate's grand design?
Oh no.
Is this fate's grand design?
Kaya, the next line is, alas, is this fate's grand design, that I should spend the rest of my days in a
Bruh.
foreign land, till I am laid to rest in a grave far from home?
Must it be so?
Huh? Wait, that's not part of the script. Kaya, did you not hear me?
Kaya's ad-libbing. He's
My
ad-libbing.
dear audience, I ask you this. Do you believe in fate? If fate decreed that your life was to end in tragedy, what would you do?
Ooh, what's that? Why'd he just throw the prop at me? Seems like improv with the audience. Guess I should play along. I would challenge my fate and rise above it.
Oh? Then so must it be. Yes, so must it be. I shall discard this intaglio and rid myself of the shackles
Oh,
of
is that what that
fate.
is? The intaglio?
Wait, but that's not... My dear prince, do you intend to betray your father and abandon your heritage?
Fate means to send the machinations of war to every corner of the land, to fan the flames of conflict till they engulf the entire world. Fate would see my sword tainted with the blood of innocents, that the bright banner of my homeland might fly in every nation known to mankind. But I shall not bow to the will of fate. I am no pawn in heaven's plan.
Dude, if this is all like an analogy for like Conrians and Kaya, and I don't know if it is, I could just be looking too deep into this, but like he's basically saying, oh, I will defy my fate because I'm Conrian and we want to take back what is ours. And I don't know, that's kind of what it sounds like, but he doesn't want to do that. I could be wrong, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Bravo! Where did this guy come from? Is he one of the new hires?
Hey, shut up. Stop interrupting.
I, Kubad, will spend the rest of my days in a foreign land till I breathe my last in a place far from home.
It's gotta be, bro.
Oh, at least he brought it back in the end.
Prince Kubad, my child, there is no need to be rash. Please bring at least your fortune and the retainers who will always be loyal to you.
Gundafar, my dear mentor, you have always been like a father to me. It brings me only anguish to bid you farewell. But I must walk this path, or freedom dies by my hand. Goodbye, my tribe and kin. Farewell, sweet land of my birth.
Goodbye, my child.
The now sizable audience bursts into applause.
Ooh, it's Prince Kubad. Could I please get your autograph?
She is simp.
Why, certainly, ma'am.
Kaya risen.
Thank you. I'll just go find a pen.
I want an autograph too.
Just an autograph? Well, you can get one of those at any time. Acting is quite fun. If there ever came a day when I left the Knights of Favonius, I think I might go into acting full-time.
Darbil, could you introduce me to this young man?
My apologies, Master Toos. I somehow missed you in the crowd earlier.
I was some distance away. I just came over near the end after I noticed the large crowd gathered
Kaya
around
brought the crowd
stage.
around.
The performance was outstanding across the board. I knew that the poor turnout over the past few days was just bad luck. It was only ever a matter of time before you hit it big. The improvised section was particularly good. I think you could include some improvisation as a staple in future performances. As for the prop he threw, no need to get it back. It's fairly cheap anyway.
Thank you, sir. And a big thanks also
Well, we
to
gotta
our
give it
wonderful
back.
prince.
We're the ones that have
Had
it.
Kaya not agreed to fill in, we might have disbanded right on the spot.
Kaya, was it? Well, young man, I must say you've made quite the impression on me. My caravan is always loaded with the finest food and wines. You're welcome to visit at any time.
Thank you for the invite, sir, but I'm afraid I've reached the end of my time in Sumeru. I'm sure that my friends and family in Mondstadt must be missing me terribly.
Well then, consider it an open invitation. Once
Are we
you've
gonna
been
go-
bitten by
actually
the
go back to
travel bug,
Mondstadt?
my friend, you'll be getting itchy feet again before too long.
I feel like we haven't done anything in Mondstadt in so long.
My
I don't think
door is
that's
always
true,
open.
but
If you're ever interested, please ask Darbil to reach out to me.
I mean,
Darbil,
technically we started
can
the
continue discussions
big
on
event
the
in Mondstadt.
sponsorship once you've wrapped up today's show. I'm going back to the inn.
Thank you so much, Master Toos. I'll see you shortly.
But for real, I feel like we haven't
Seriously, Kaya,
been in
thank you
Mondstadt
for
for
bailing me out
anything major
again.
in a while.
You're a good guy. May the gods bless you.
I know
You
this
know, you
this
should
hangout
stay
camp
for
forever
a few
ago
more
though.
days. I owe you a meal at the very least.
Darbil, Asgar is back. He lost track of time playing Genius Invocation TCG. You've got to
Bruh.
sort him out.
No way the
Genius
guy could
invocation again?
geniusification.
That does it. That kid's not getting away with it this time. Please excuse me, Kaya. I
Hello,
will be right
Alaric?
back.
Is that how you say that?
Sure, there's no rush.
Is that a
Okay,
Farina
I
profile
think they're all
picture?
gone. Let's slip away now while we can.
Yes. Based. We stand Farina. Okay, leave quietly with Kaya. Oh, over there. Same. She's probably my favorite Genshin character, not gonna lie.
All right, this should be far enough. Don't think they'll find me here.
Weren't you gonna sign some autographs?
People were starting to expect a lot of things that I didn't sign up for. Besides, the missing actor is back now.
Like how he's
Darville
still in
shouldn't be
outfit.
needing me to stand in again. I don't mind socializing, but compared to chatting over food and drink, I much prefer just going wild on the stage. What about you? Did you enjoy the show?
Her lore, though. I thought your performance was intriguing. Mostly, I was curious to know what was going through your mind on stage.
Oh? I was expecting a lengthier critique, but you've thrown the question right back at me.
He just relates.
Sneaky. All right, I'll rise to your challenge. Let me think. All the world's a stage, and
Hold
all
up,
the
Farina
people
reference?
merely players.
Just
Does
kidding.
that answer your question? Perhaps there's an inept god out there deciding everyone's fates, much like the academia student drafting Darbill's scripts. Yeah, inept is a good word for it. Honestly, it might even be a little too civil to describe a god who turns fathers against their sons and is bent on endless warmongering, don't you think? Anyway,
It's gotta relate back to him.
that's exactly why actors need to wake up and realize they don't have to follow the script. There's nothing to stop them from following their gut and making it up as they go along.
Do you really believe that?
Oh, my dear traveler, please don't take me too literally. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. The god is just a figure of speech. The real point I'm making is about the actors. Everyone, you and I included, is both an actor and a member of the audience. If you
I
don't like the
suppose.
script, just walk off the stage and join the audience. You always have a choice.
That sounds difficult.
A little too obtuse?
Dang, you sound
Well, don't dwell on it.
philosophical over
It's
here.
nothing worth losing sleep over. I was just
Kaya the
thinking aloud.
philosopher.
Relax. Be yourself. Do your thing. That's all I'm really trying to say. When I did my little bit of audience interaction back there, you had no time to prepare. You had to just say what you thought in the moment. I think those spontaneous thoughts are often the most authentic. And that's why I liked your answer. You're still holding on to the intaglio I threw you from the stage,
Yeah.
right? Keep it. Think of it as a souvenir from my improvised performance.
Is that an
It's
actual
been a
item
most
we got?
Fascinating day, hasn't it, little birdie?
Oh, you scared it away. Is that one of the endings? Yep. Oh, it is an item. Answer, so must it be? Yes, so must it be. Okay, where's the split? So there's actually a split pretty early on. I feel like I did like the intended. I mean, I guess none of them are really intended, but this ending feels like the best one, like already. Okay, so right here, continue.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
What character would I get if I could get them for free? Well, I think I have most of the characters that I want. Although, let me look at my character archive. Besides characters that are about to come out, like Mualani and Kanich and stuff, I wouldn't mind Baishu, especially since I have his signature, or Shao. I kind of want Klee, but I don't think I'd use her. But I do think Klee's adorable. Probably Shao or Baishu. Maybe Linny. I also have Linny's signature. But I mean, I don't know if I really need Linny when I have Ganyu. But I don't know. Yeah, I've been playing every day since day one, and I'm definitely not free to play. I have bought some gems, and then I've had Welkin and Battle Pass for a long time. So. I mean, I can't even be free to play anyway. I have literally the skin on Nilo. Automatically means you have to spend because you can't. I wish you could buy skins with promo gems, but you can't. At least some of the 4-star ones are free if you do the events anyway.
Gundafar, we are in the middle of a war.
Okay, where's the split on this one? This right here? Where were we just now? Travel expenses?
Ah, yes. Here's what I was thinking about the unused funds. Given that the acting Grand Masters saw fit to allocate
Okay, so we're
these
actually
funds
gonna do
to my
his
trip in the
business
first
instead.
place, I think it's my responsibility to make sure that every last mora is put to good use. In other words, what do you say we find a way to spend the remaining budget? Perhaps a fancy meal at a nice restaurant? Or a river cruise that takes in the sights of Sumeru City? Or we could buy a few nice mementos to take home.
Isn't this embezzlement? That's true.
Hey, no need to put it like that. Let's keep
That's
walking.
what it
We can
is.
consider it some more on the road.
That's embezzlement,
The
Kaya.
rules of
You
the
can't
Knights of
do
Livonia
that.
state that any and all expenditures during a business trip are counted as travel expenses. That's more than enough justification to live a little. Of course, with me being here on my own, it was looking like a wasted opportunity. But now that I've run into you, why don't we make this a joint trip?
Sure, sure.
You're always so busy. It's high time you gave yourself a proper break. Even the sharpest blade loses its edge if it's always.
I don't know. I feel
loose.
like the Travelers had
Regular
some breaks
maintenance
here
is
and there.
Essential for reliable performance. And anyway, life is short, so we should make the most of the time we have.
It's not wrong.
Right now is the perfect time to relax and enjoy ourselves. And who knows how many other chances we'll get. So come on, what do you say?
Sure. We can't spend public money for our own amusement. Let me take you somewhere new.
Great. Music to my ears. I'll cover the travel costs.
Where are we gonna
of
take
course.
him?
There's nothing more enjoyable than the company of a good friend. Let's call this a nice little excursion to round off my long business trip. Now, let me think where we should go. I've seen a lot of Sumeru already, so let's go for someplace new. How about
Bring him
Liyue?
to Raiden Shogun.
I'd be heading past there on my way back to Mondstadt anyway, so
Liyue?
it's not out of the way.
You haven't been to Liyue? How have you not been to Liyue? Like, you almost have to go through Liyue. Well, I mean, you literally just said you would be heading past there. Like, I don't know. Whatever. We'll go to Liyue. I know Liyue inside
Well,
out.
lucky me. I'll hold you to that. Liyue's Ministry of Civil Affairs frequently corresponds with the
I suppose
Knights of
you could go by
Favonius,
boat.
So the address on their letterhead is one of the few places I'm familiar with.
Actually, he probably went from a port in Mondstadt all the way to here at this port. That's probably how he went around Liyue.
I don't have much luggage, so it won't take me long to pack. Give me a moment, and then we'll head there together.
Yeah, I know. Imagine never going to Liyue, and then on top of that, like, he lived with Diluc for a while. He might even... No, I don't think he does anymore. But, like, Diluc's winery is right next to the entrance to Liyue. So, I don't know. Man's crazy. He's teleporting. True. He's just using waypoints. We're actually gonna go to Liyue Harbor? Well, I mean, that's a good place to go, but I'm surprised we're going straight to the heart of the country. Of the nation. I'm kind of hoping we run into other Liyue characters. But I don't know, you don't usually in Hangouts, I don't think.
I've heard that there's lots to see and do in Liyue, but I'm sure you're more familiar with the place than I am, so I'll leave the itinerary to you.
I have friends all over Liyue and can score discounts galore.
Excellent.
So we'll go shopping.
Hopefully I'll get to know some of these friends for myself.
I kind of hope so
It's
too.
such a satisfying feeling to just drop everything, go on a long trip, and see something new. Who knows who we might cross paths with? We might even end up going on an impromptu adventure. Just like how I met you in Port Ormos, and now we're here. Come on.
I think
let's
Kaya
see what's up
Zhongli
ahead.
interaction would be funny. I don't think we've had that interaction. Trying to think back to events where Mondstadt characters interacted with
Do
Liyue
you know
characters.
this shop? It looks pretty nice from the outside. Shall we take a look?
Kaya doesn't touch grass until today.
Welcome to Mingxing Jewelry. We are a long-established trader of precious stones. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Let me see. Ah, some nice jewelry you've got here. Maybe I can grab something with a local flavor as a souvenir. What do you think,
I was gonna get some
traveler?
jewelry.
See anything that suits my style? I trust your judgment.
Goods from Mingxing Jewelry don't come cheap, are you sure?
Ah, you're interested in souvenirs. If you're struggling to decide, you might want to consider getting some jade. You can't go wrong with a nice jade pendant. They're an elegant addition to your look, whatever your age or gender. If you're looking for a specific design,
Bro's
we
about
can
to
make it
spend
your
public money on.
specifications.
He's probably gonna
It
spend
does
his
take
personal
some
money,
time to
but
fulfill an order, however.
he made it sound like he's gonna spend public
High-quality
money.
jade is hard to come by, so our waiting list is at least a couple of weeks.
Oh, that's a pity. I'm just visiting and I won't be in town for very long. So as much as it pains me to do so, I'm afraid I'll have to leave this beautiful bijou behind.
I don't know what a bijou
No worries
is.
at all, sir. If you're looking for something off the shelf, why not go and see Mr. Shurto at the Jade Mystery? He also deals in jade and precious
Isn't he the one that
stones.
does the 3 different things you have to pick through? Ah, you mean the jade betting guy.
Exactly. But on that note, let me give you a word of advice.
Oh, is she gonna go tell us the
There's
secret?
no risk in purchasing a piece of jade that's already been cut. But you could lose all of your mora betting on uncut rocks.
Okay, in other words, why are you suggesting it?
I won't say any more, as I don't want my fellow vendors to think I'm bad-mouthing them. But I think you catch my drift.
Well, yeah, he's a
It's only
scammer.
human nature to spend a little when you're on a trip. But don't be too hasty to part with your cash. The Ministry of Civil Affairs takes everyone's economic well-being very seriously, and they often send out the Millilith to spread public awareness of well-known scams. As guests here, I'd encourage you to watch out for anyone trying to rip you off.
There was actually an event where Venti and Zhongli interacted, but they pretended they didn't knew each other. It was actually really funny. And Xiao was there too, and Xiao knew who both of them were, so he was like trying to keep up with the thing. I think it was one of the lantern rites. I don't remember exactly, but Hu Tao invited all these people over for dinner, and it includes Zhongli, Venti, Xiao, probably I want to say Xiangling. There was I don't know, there was a few Leeway characters and then a couple Mondstadt characters, if I remember correctly, but it was funny.
I think that's sound advice wherever you go into that. We appreciate it, boss.
I love interactions from characters from different regions. Hu Tao wants Chi-Chi's soul. Yes, she does. She wants to torture her. Poor child. Can't believe we're going to the scam, man.
Welcome! Looking for uncut stones or pre-cut jade? We've got plenty of both for your viewing pleasure.
Uncut stones. Ah, yes, we were just briefed on that. Let's take a look at the pre-cut jade.
You should be careful.
I believe I detect a quiet but distinct tone of apprehension in your words. Please rest assured, there's nothing to be quite so wary about with my business. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. I think you'll find that everything I do here is entirely above board and legitimate. And I
Why
sell
bro
only
built
pure
like
and
that?
unadulterated goods.
He probably
No
eats
scam
good.
guaranteed.
He's a scammer, so he probably gets a lot of money. Because unfortunately, scamming is lucrative. Imagine that. It's a horrible thing.
Sure, you can bet on jade and lose if you're unlucky, but that doesn't make it a scam. My terms are clear and
It's a scam.
transparent, and I only do business with willing customers. What scammer can claim that?
Sounds perfectly reasonable. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much the vendor is charging. If the customer decides to hand over their money, they're taking the bait of their own free will.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you
Justifying it.
understand. Although your peculiar phrasing at the end there, you almost make it sound as if I really am scamming people.
Yep.
Anyway,
That's a good
betting on
name.
jade is what it
Remove
is.
the OU.
Feel free
That's
to
a
try
good
your
name
luck,
for
but if
him
you can't
after
afford to lose, then it's not
after
for you.
scamming
We
people.
don't need to cause each other any trouble. I'll leave you to browse at your own pace now while I deal with other potential customers.
Amber-colored jade would probably make for a good souvenir.
Are you really thinking of buying it?
Why not? This is a quirky little place. Somehow, I'm inclined to entertain him for a bit.
I have better quality pieces than these.
Well, if you're not interested, then I guess we'll pass.
Good. Because bro's a scammer.
Ahoy there, Captain! Fancy seeing you back in town. Struck any gold lately?
What, a poor sailor like me? You must be joking. I barely managed to make ends meet. What about you, Chateau? Still scamming people?
That is
with
not
your
how I
fine
expected to
leverettes?
pronounce his name.
Hey! Keep your voice down. Can't you see I've got customers? But more to the point, when have you ever seen a customer get scammed in my store?
I mean, you want the full list? Or... Is that
Bro's a savage.
Captain Kaya? What brings you to Liyue?
Oh, he seems nervous.
Just taking a short trip with my friend. It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a good while, hasn't it?
Oh boy, what history do these two have?
Anywhere you'd recommend I visit while I'm here?
Let me think. Wanmin Restaurant's always a pretty good bet. Chef Mao's daughter is a skilled chef, and their prices are very reasonable.
Zhangling.
My wife can't get enough of their boiled fish. You could give that a try. And, speaking of my wife, she won't let me forget what a great help you've been to us before. So
Okay.
thank you.
Kaya
on her
helped them.
behalf.
Your wife? Ah, yes. How is she doing these days? Keeping well?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Anyway, I've got something I need to do down at the South Wharf, so my apologies, Captain Kaya,
He
but
is
I'd
still
better get
acting
going.
sus.
All right. See you.
Bro was acting sus.
I finally remembered who that was. Captain Wu. He runs a transport business between Mondstadt and Liyue.
I see. So you went through that whole conversation with no idea who you were talking to. Well, that explains the generic pleasantries and the general awkwardness. Old Wu's usually quite the chatterbox, so it's very unusual for him to just take off mid-conversation. How exactly do you two know each other anyway?
Maybe he owes Kaya money.
Nope, that's not it. I don't give out loans.
Good idea.
It's pretty straightforward, honestly. The captain was making a delivery to Mondstadt when his ship sprang a leak. He overexerted himself fixing it and keeping the cargo dry, and ended up passing out from exhaustion.
Oh, so he's
It took him to
embarrassed?
Mondstadt to recover.
Well, it still seems strange to me. Sure, he's hardly the most charming conversationalist, and he's also mighty stubborn, but all of us know Old Wu is an honest and kind-hearted man. His eldest was once playing on that big rock over there when he took a tumble and injured himself. I helped to patch the kid up, and the next day, Old Wu was here to buy a couple of uncut stones. I'm just surprised he was so quick to excuse himself, that's all. Normally, he's the kind of guy who, if you run into him on the street and he owes you a favor, he'll grab you by the hand and thank you profusely until you ask him to stop.
Well, stubborn, I
Probably
can
not. I'll
believe.
probably be at this for a little while. I've got 3 hangouts I gotta do.
His ship, and the water was coming in fast. How he managed to make it all the way to Mondstadt, not to mention with his cargo intact, I have no idea.
Someone drilled a hole in his ship?
That's
Oh,
unfortunate.
dear. It must have been one of the less savory captains out there trying to sabotage his business so they can squeeze their way into the market. When competition is stiff, sometimes
That's
things
sneaky.
get ugly. It's the way of the world, unfortunately. His line of work isn't easy. The poor fellow usually has to set sail before the break of dawn. He's been loitering around a lot
Yeah,
these
that's fine. You
past
can
few
put me.
weeks, though. I thought maybe he'd come into some Mora. Competition is fierce these days, and there's not a lot of Mora to be made in shipping. So every day he stays idle is another negative in the books. I do wonder what's gotten into him. Anyway, I digress. We merchants protect our goods like our own lives, so who knows? Maybe he had some important cargo to see to. Either way, good sir, don't mind him.
Kaya's a kind soul.
I am an upstanding member of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Just look me in the eyes. Don't you find me trustworthy?
Since you asked about recommendations earlier, you're here from Mondstadt, yes? Might I suggest
From
a tea house is
Mondstadt.
somewhere to rest your legs? If memory serves, they're just about to retell the tale of Bravebeard the Valiant from the top. Why not pay them a visit?
At least he's making good suggestions.
Sounds interesting enough. Let's check it out.
That'd be so funny if Zhongli was there. Wait, is this not the place? Oh, it's the other place. For some reason I thought it was that one right there. Oh boy, these people look like they're arguing. Oh, Captain Wu's here.
Huh. So this is the He tea house.
Let's find some seats.
We meet again, Captain Kaya. What a coincidence. Twice in one day.
Didn't you say you had something to do with the South Wharf?
Oh, that didn't take me long. And I ran the whole way.
Wu, weren't you just at Wanwen Bookhouse buying a book for your daughter? What's this talk about the wharf?
Oh man, exposed.
There's no need to embarrass him right in front of everyone else. I take it that you two aren't from around these parts. I'm a caravan guard by trade, and meeting people from all over the world is one of the main perks of the job for me. Why don't you join my table so we can get to know each other?
Oh, seems like the tea house is the place to be in Liyue.
The way Kaya talks is so funny.
Feels like I'm back in the angel share. Did you manage to get something for your daughter just now, Captain Wu?
Yes, thank you. If it weren't for you, Captain Kaya, she might not have even made it into this world.
I'm so lost, Wu. What's the story here?
Your wife's originally from Mondstadt, isn't she? Did you run into Captain Kaya when you were there on business, or when you were visiting the in-laws?
The latter.
So wait, you two have met more than once?
Oh, this is so humiliating. Anyway, back when my wife was pregnant, we were taking a trip to Mondstadt to visit her parents this one time, when we were mugged by a group of treasure hoarders near Dawn Winery.
Oh, that sounds awful. Were either of you hurt?
I mean, he's still here, and he's still got all his limbs, so they can't have roughed him up too bad. I'm guessing Captain Kaya stepped in before they could do either of you any serious harm,
treasure hoarders.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Thankfully, he heard my wife crying for help and drove them away. My wife was injured and quite shaken up by the ordeal, so he took her to the winery and asked them to look after her.
So what happened to you? Where did you disappear to?
I was in the water.
Huh? What did you jump in the water for? You know they can still get you in there, right?
No, that's not... They threw me into the water and...
Oh, dang.
Stripped me of all my clothes.
Rip.
They did what? Did they have a weird fetish or something? Stripping a sailor naked and throwing him into the water. It's not like you were going to drown. So, then what? I take it you swam to shore?
The treasure hoarders always move in groups, and fighting back when you're outnumbered isn't usually an option. It's no
He's talking about
surprise that
Genshin
they
Impact is
quickly
always an
overpowered
option.
Captain Wu. I'm just glad that everyone made it out all right at the end.
Captain Kaya, please, there's no need for you to try to save face for me like this. I already owe you so much. You don't have to do anything more. Yet, despite that, I somehow only ended up humiliating myself further. Oh, there's no point in me trying to save face.
Bro,
now.
you're a victim, you're good.
They tossed me into the water to humiliate me, and to use it as leverage to get my wife to pay up. But they didn't know that I could swim.
They
What
thought
I
he couldn't
intended
swim.
was to pretend to drown, then sneak back onto shore while they weren't looking, and find a way to rescue my wife. That was before Captain Kaya appeared out of nowhere and saved the day. So then I figured I'd get out of the water, get dressed, and catch up with you. But God knows what they did with my clothes. I couldn't find them anywhere. By the time I gave up looking for them, you were most of the way to the winery, so I had to run after you with nary a thing on myself.
Outrageous!
Bro, why are you telling them this when she's laughing at you?
I made it to the winery, but the maids noticed me first, and they called the Lord of the Manor out to give me the beating the treasure hoarders never got around to. After my wife recovered
Poor guy.
consciousness, she had to have a long talk with the young lord to explain everything. He then escorted us both safely to Stonegate.
That's crazy.
Oh, whoa. I'm sorry. But...
Girl is losing it.
Ugh, good luck living that one down.
Trust me, I know. My wife never lets me forget.
I'm
Rip.
sorry, Captain. I wasn't intending to share that story.
It's fine. It's my own fault for thinking I could sweep it under the carpet and forget about it. I don't know if I can ever repay you for all you've done. That's why I get so embarrassed every time I run into you. Still, it won't stop me from trying. You and your friend are here to catch the storyteller, right? The tea's on me. It's the least I can do. In fact,
What a homie.
they do serve some food here, too, but it's not the best. Okay, let me run and get some fruit to share.
Bro
I'll be
just
right
said the
back.
food isn't good enough here. Let me go get some better food. Okay.
I wonder how much Fanaria caught of that. Old Wu really has no filter, does he?
Oh, poor Wu. Oh,
She's
gosh,
such a
I'm so
savage.
sorry. It's just...
Bruh.
He really didn't have to share all the details of that story. But since he didn't seem to mind, I wasn't about to stop him.
Did you forget about what had happened to him?
I did actually forget at first. But once he brought up his daughter, the memory of his naked escapades came flooding back.
Bro's also
was
laughing.
harassing the maids. He charged straight out the door, great
Oh,
sword in
no.
hand and raring to go. I haven't seen him so angry in a long time.
To Luke. I didn't mean they
So
did
many
mention the
people
younger
owe
one.
me
I knew it was
favors
him. but-
nowadays. It's hard to
It's
keep
funny.
track of them all. I really should go check my favors ledger once I'm back and refresh my memory.
You have a favors ledger?
Hey, you didn't think I was being serious, did you? Do I really strike you as the kind of person to keep track of favors in a notebook? I just helped the guy out on a couple of occasions because I happened to be in the right place at the right time. I have no intention of asking him to do anything for me in return. At least, not so far.
I'm back with fruit. Please help yourselves, everyone. My treat.
What kind of fruit?
Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. It's just a few fruits, nothing extravagant. Once my new pharmaceutical business takes off and I have
Oh,
more
bro's
to
about to be
spare,
big pharma.
I'll get you a proper thank you gift and send it to the Knights of Favonius.
Pharmaceutical business. So you found a new career? No more shipping?
Shipping's impossible work nowadays. There's too much competition and the margins are too small. So I've decided to switch gears.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
going to become a partner of Boo Boo Pharmacy and provide funding for a brand new medication they're producing. It's specially formulated to treat seasonal joint and limb pain. If you didn't know, it's a very common health complaint among sailors, but also extremely
Level
difficult
world
to
building.
treat. I've suffered from it myself, which is why I know that a lot of people stand to benefit from this once it enters the market. It's a good cause, and a stable source of income. Whichever way you look at it, it's a step up from the back-breaking work I did before.
Bro's just
I've already
winning.
had some talks and invested 1 million mora for the first round of funding.
That's impressive, Wu. I wouldn't have thought you had the connections for something like that. So is it Dr. Baiju that you're in talks with?
Oh no, not Dr. Baiju. Actually, it was his master, Dr. Baifudze. His medical expertise and clinical experience are second to none, and he really cares about his patients. He gave me a few of his traditionally formulated bone-strengthening pills when he saw me suffering from my leg
Bone
pains
strengthening
one day.
pills.
It was like a miracle cure. The pain immediately went away.
Dr. Baiju's master.
Yeah, I told him I'd be enthusiastically recommending his medicine to the other guys at the docks. And after some hesitation, he just went right ahead and wrote up a prescription for me, completely for free. He said that he shouldn't really be handing out free prescriptions since, and I quote, "It goes against generations of tradition handed down by our forebears. but he just felt like it was the right thing to do.
I like how free prescriptions are against generations
Well, I
of...
got chatting with Dr.
That's
Baiju
crazy.
recently when the Secure Transport Agency did a delivery for Boo Boo Pharmacy. He told me that his master has already passed away.
Huh? Why would he say something like that? I mean, the guy's old, but he's still in great health.
Captain Wu, where did you meet this old
Did you get
master?
scammed, Woo?
Just out on the street? I know that sounds dubious, but this is an educated and respectable gentleman we're talking about.
Alright, have a good one, Kieran.
There's no faking that.
Hold on a second. I just remembered something. My nephew-in-law met a medicine seller not too long ago, too. He also described it as a miracle cure. He spent a lot of mora on it, but when he brought it to Boo Boo Pharmacy, Herbalist Gui took one look and told him he'd bought nothing but regular painkillers. This Bai Fuzi you met, did he by any chance have a goatee and salt and pepper hair?
He did.
If I may, Captain Wu, there's a lot of mora involved here. It seems like it would be worth asking this Dr. Baiju about his master, just to set the record straight. You could show him the medicine as well. Clearly there's some misunderstanding here.
You're right, Captain Kaya. A quick trip to Boo Boo Pharmacy and I can get Dr. Baiju to clear all of this up. I'm sure it's all... I mean, hopefully it's all fine.
He left in a hurry. He must be stressed out of his mind right now.
Should we go with him for moral support? I know Dr. Baiju, maybe I should go and help.
Hey, let him deal with this, okay? No point in you stressing yourself out too. Fraud or not, it's up to Captain Wu to figure out exactly who he's gotten himself involved with. I'm no Dark Knight hero, or martial arts hero for that matter, and neither are you. Wait, where are you? Now that I think about it, I can see you having a secret double life as a martial arts hero here in Liyue. You certainly have the personality for it.
Lol.
Either way, Liyue has its own rules and regulations. Best to let the Ministry of Civil Affairs deal with this in the proper manner. If a couple of outlanders like us get involved, we might just end up muddying the waters, even with the best of intentions. We came here to enjoy ourselves, remember? We don't want to get our priorities mixed up. Oh, and look at that. The storyteller's taking the stage.
It is said that the sky's the limit for the aspirational soul. But alas, for the woes of the world are equally limitless. No such stranger to woes was Huang Guang, a man who, having suffered countless injustices at the hands of his fellow men, forsook them to dwell among the mountains and rivers. Yet fate fortuitous found him when he entered the tutelage of an adeptus and learned many mystical arts from them. Per his master's wishes, he then returned once more to the human world, only this time with a sworn duty to cleanse the land of demons and to see justice done wherever he might tread.
You listen to the tale of Bravebeard the Valiant.
Is that all? Huh. I was hoping to hear the rest of the story.
Did you like the storyteller?
It was all right. I suppose the hero always has to sacrifice himself to save others, and it does make for some good storytelling, but it leaves you wondering how he really feels about the whole thing. Did he ever have second thoughts? Only he can know, I suppose.
Oh, I see the show is over.
Did you find Baiju?
Yeah, I saw Dr. Baiju. Looks like it was a scam after all.
Like I was just talking about
Then what are
Baiju.
you waiting for? Don't just stand there. You need to report this to the Ministry of Civil Affairs right away.
Hold on. Let's not lose our cool. Get your story straight first, so you can give them a clear and detailed account of events in the order that they occurred. And one more thing. Do you still have a way to contact this guy?
Well, I'd arranged to meet him at the Yunshang Tea House once I've withdrawn the next sum of Mora, so I suppose he'll still be waiting on that.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
so you've got another meeting lined up.
I've got no one to blame but myself for this. I can't believe I was so gullible. I guess the world isn't made for naive simpletons like me.
Don't say that. This is not your fault. Hello, always thirsty. With the gyots in chat. Your good nature is nothing to be ashamed of.
Young lady, you're a good person, and I'm touched by your words of comfort. Still, it's up to me to find a way to get my Mora back. The consequences are mine alone to bear. At my age, I'm sure I should be comforting the young with words of wisdom rather than the other way around. What does that say about how I've spent my life?
What is it, Kaya? Got a solution?
It's obvious, isn't it? He needs to report the case to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
There must be more we can do.
Come with me.
Okay. Where'd he go? I'm just blind.
I am quite curious. How does our chivalrous martial arts hero intend to come to Captain Wu's rescue here? There are countless victims of injustice in the world. We can't try to help each and every one of them, can we?
Hello, Sharky. You're a good person, Kaya.
Oh, I'm surprised. I didn't know you thought of me as someone who helps other people unconditionally. I'm genuinely flattered.
All the time.
But we both know that I'm not that kind of person, really.
Even helped him think through where we can find the con artist. Didn't want others to laugh at Captain Wu's woes. You helped Captain Wu just because you were there and you didn't even remember it. That's why I believe you'd be willing to help.
Your logic is very straightforward and quite endearing in its simplicity. But I like how you think. So I'll indulge your martial arts hero
It's calling me the martial arts hero again. That's crazy. Alright, Captain Wu, we got you.
Captain Wu, how would you feel about owing me one more favor?
I couldn't
I'm
possibly.
Sorry, Captain Kaya?
Let's say, hypothetically speaking, I found a way to recover your Mora that would leave the man who defrauded you feeling angry and frustrated, but give him no way to get back at you. If it could be done, and the only cost was owing me yet another
Make it sound like you're gonna kill him.
What'd you say?
What exactly are you getting at?
The traveler here is adamant that you should ask me for another favor. Personally, I blame the storyteller. After the inspiring tale of Bravebeard, she's all gung-ho about playing hero and righting this injustice once and for all.
Captain Kaya, young lady, thank you. I will humbly accept your kindness.
All right. Now here's what I'm thinking.
You develop a plan with Kaya.
All right, then it's settled. Per our brave hero's plan, let's rendezvous at Yanshang Tea House tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, it's a wait till. I'm surprised I didn't do that in the last hangout we did. It just skipped directly to it. It's hard to think that used to not be in the sky for a while. But it's there now. I think it's actually been in the sky longer than it was disappeared.
Ah, you're here. Good. I'll head upstairs first, and you join me in a bit. You've got nothing to worry about.
Man, I'm tired.
As long as this lucky coin's in my hands, it'll do as it's told. Before I toss the coin, I'll get our guy to bet heads or tails. Then it's your turn to bet. Now remember, if I touch my chin, you bet heads. If I touch my forehead, you go for tails.
Okay, so his chin is heads, his forehead is tails. Kaya leaves. Everyone is in position. The plan is risky, but if anyone can pull it off, it's Kaya.
Hello. Are you waiting for someone?
Oh, sorry, I must have spaced out for a second there.
As long as you follow the rules of the tea house, you're welcome here. Please be our guest.
I feel like Kaya's hangouts are like so much longer.
From the way you describe it, Liyue does sound like an attractive place to settle. Perhaps I might have to make the move here after all. All that awaits me back in Mondstadt is a horde of insufferable sycophants.
Dang.
Truly tedious.
That was
The
acting.
reason I left home in the first place was because I was reluctant to simply live off of my inheritance.
I understand. For one as ambitious as yourself, Mr. Rich, living off of the family fortune
Mr.
must
Rich.
feel like the dullest existence in the world.
What are you doing? It's common courtesy to introduce yourself. Can't you see we got here first?
The other tables are all taken. This is the only place left.
They're running out of tables, huh? Looks like this location's getting too small for them. Very well, I'll make an exception for you this one time. Let's hope the tea, at least, won't disappoint me.
So, my friend, what's your name?
I'm an aspiring foreign disciple of the Gahua clan.
Here is the tea that you ordered. Please enjoy.
Ugh, this tea is... never mind. Mr. Bai,
Bro.
this has been a most pleasant and
Rude.
insightful conversation. I consider it good fortune that I encountered such a refined gentleman as yourself so far from home. Please allow me to pay for the tea.
Yes, good fortune indeed. In that case, I must thank you for your generosity.
You there. I'll get yours too.
Thanks. Far from home?
Oh, you can't tell? My family's lived in Mondstadt for generations. I got bored sitting around at home and decided to set off on a journey to expand my horizons. The sights of Liyue Harbor are rather spectacular. I've half a mind to buy a waterfront property here so I can come vacationing every year.
Bro's really
That'd be
making himself
quite
sound like a
nice.
millionaire.
If the family would spare me a little loose change, I could even invest in an antique shop or two so I have something to do during the day.
Flaunting your wealth so much? Show off.
Flaunting? Come on, we're talking 20, 30 million tops. Surely. Isn't that just pocket change?
Mr.
Damn.
Rich, just to clarify, that's quite a large sum of mora as far as the common woman is concerned. It's understandable that our friend over here feels out of her league.
The name's Albert. Surname Rich. But only the servants in the house address me as Mr. Rich. Now that we're so well acquainted, Mr. Bai, please just call me Albert.
Albert's so weird.
Albert does have a nice ring to it. It is my honor to become friends with someone of your caliber.
You flatter me. What say you to acting as my guide during my time in Liyue? I'll pay you handsomely, of course. Naturally, board and lodging would be included. And I could pay you in the region of 50,000 mora per day?
Bro,
No
you're a
need, my good friend.
sweet talking
I
up this
shan't be so
frickin'
vulgar as to take your mora. We're
Scammer.
both men of character. The pleasure of your ongoing acquaintance shall be ample
Dang.
reward in itself. To join a noble gentleman on his travels is a rare opportunity. Please, let me draft up an exact itinerary. I'll make sure to give you the experience of a lifetime.
You there. You're welcome to join us if you want. Which clan did you say you were with? The Hoo-Ha clan or
The
something?
Hoo-Ha clan. The Gahua clan.
Hoo-Ha, huh? Strange choice of name. Gotta say, I've been in Liyue for a while now. This is the first I'm hearing of them. I guess they're one of these obscure ones who keep to themselves.
Yes, well, there are many martial arts clans and factions in Liyue. It's only natural that you haven't become acquainted with all of them.
Ha, fair enough. Still, weird name. Bet they have some even weirder practices.
Dang.
Seriously though, what kind of skills do you guys train anyway? It's all for show, right? I saw some people performing a few tricks down at the wharf. Is it that kind of thing?
The Gahua clan is devoted to the teachings of martial arts. If you're comparing the Gahua clan to street performers, we have nothing to talk about. I'll take my leave now. I'll get my own check as well.
I already told the server to put it on my tab. Don't bother getting her to split the bill. It'll only complicate things.
Our master teaches us not to accept free favors.
Young lady, there's no need to take things so seriously. Why don't you loosen up and enjoy the free drink?
Are you trying to make a point by throwing my generosity back in my face? All right then. What if I say your bill is mine and don't let you pay?
Wanna fight?
Please, my friends, let's not get so worked up. Yinchang Tea House is no venue for a duel. We'll all get escorted right out the door. You young people have hot tempers, I understand that. But there's no need to come to blows over a few words taken to heart when there are far more diplomatic ways to resolve the dispute.
Okay, then how about we settle this with a coin toss? I'll foot my own bill if I win.
Did I hear that right? So you'll only pay for yourself if you win, but I'll get the check for the three of us if you lose. It's not that I care about the Mora. After all, I offered to pay for everyone's drinks in the first place. No, what I find truly absurd is your refusal to play fair. I demand that you also pay for 3 if you win.
What a load of hogwash. If I win the bet, you have to make a formal apology to the Gahua clan.
Fine. You can have your apology if you win, but on one condition. We'll do the best of 3, and the winner pays for the table.
Well, as long as you're no longer raring to fight. Peace begets wealth, as the elders used to say.
Why do you join us, Mr. Bai? Let's entertain this gal for a sec. We don't want her to think you're stingy.
But I wasn't even a part of your argument.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Bai? Whose side are you on here?
Of course, I'm on,
And anyway,
Bro's
it's
getting
no
roped
big
in.
deal if you win. It's just a few cups of tea after all, so you can just take it from your fees as my guide.
All right then. I suppose it's not all that different from the dice gambling games I used to play in my youth. If it's just for a few drinks, you can count me in.
We're scamming the scam
Now
guy.
we're talking. Okay, now that we've agreed on the rules, how should we do this coin toss? After all, a Mora coin looks the same on both sides.
Easy. We can just borrow a pen from the counter to mark one side. That's actually a good point. I'm surprised they actually covered that detail. Why would they? They wouldn't do a coin flip in Tevat, would they? Because it doesn't make sense.
Well, that should be simple enough. Here.
That's
I'll take
actually
this
really
coin
good
off the
attention to
counter
detail
draw
I
a
never
line on one
considered.
side. You two can wait for me.
Young lady, I can see that you haven't spent many years in the real world. You take everything far too personally. I, too, only met this Mondstadt millionaire by complete chance today, but we're getting along just fine. I actually came here to meet with a business partner to count the cash from 2 recent investments, when this gentleman struck up a conversation with me. In the real world, you've got to keep up appearances. There's no need to offend the rich. After all, if you keep them happy, you can probably make some more off of them, too. You young people are
Speaking from
much
experience?
too impulsive. It pays to keep a level head.
Just so we're clear, let's say the marked side is heads, and the unmarked side is tails. Everyone has to pick a side before the coin toss. Oh, and no takebacks.
Sure.
We should also take turns tossing the coin.
Sounds fair to me. Why don't you do the first toss, Albert?
All right then, I'll start us off. Here we... Oh, wait, I nearly forgot to collect everyone's bets. Mr. Bai, heads or tails?
I suppose the choice is arbitrary since it's a 50-50
50-50?
chance. I'll go with tails.
But the thing is I thought he was gonna signal to us what he did, so why is he making it so that we can't?
Let me think. I'll also go with tails. What about you? Heads or tails?
So if he's touching his chin, it's heads, yeah? Damn. Tails, just as planned. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to lose, huh?
Oh, darn, I won. Lucky me, I guess.
I won as well. Guess there might be a formal apology in the cards after all.
Hey, this is just the first toss.
I have a suggestion. If one of us loses
I'm
twice
surprised
in a row,
they animated
they
that.
should get knocked out while the other two carry on playing to decide the winner. Otherwise, with 3 of us playing, it'll start to get difficult to keep track of who's won the most times. I flipped the coin last time, so why don't you go next? I don't want you blaming my coin-tossing skills if you guess wrong this turn. Here.
Now just wait a second, my dear friends. Please let me do the second toss.
Oh? Anxious to take your turn, Mr. Bai?
You are both young, and I've already seen your short tempers for myself. If Albert loses this round and this young lady wins, you'll be tied. And before you know it, you'll be at each other's throats again.
Please, he was the one at fault.
Well, that's not my only consideration, either. You two may be too young to know this, but I've been around the block a few times. What's to say this isn't a trick coin, In dice games, people use all sorts of methods to rig the game. Some even fit the dice with mechanisms that give them whichever result they want. If Albert wins the next round, and you, young lady, lose for the second time in a row, then the third round will just be a tiebreaker between him and me, and you won't get your apology to the Guhua clan. If that happens, only for you to then find out that the coin was rigged all along, you're sure to accuse me of working with Albert to scam you while mocking the Guhua clan. I can only imagine the kind of vengeful warpath that would put you on. A purely hypothetical scenario, of course, but one that I'm bringing up now to avoid any misunderstanding further down the road. Go on, give me the coin. I'll show you how to check if it's been rigged.
Why is Kaya still smiling?
Very diligent of you indeed, Mr. Bai. Looks like I chose the right person to be my guide.
Welcome back, Kieran.
Here, take it.
A rigged coin will always be a little heavier than a normal coin, you see. This one seems perfectly normal to me, however. But don't take it from me. Why don't you test it for yourself?
Pettiness is below me. I trust your judgment. Yeah, that was a close call.
What's your bet this time, Mr. Bai?
I'll stick with tails.
Tails, huh? Well, you seem to have a feel for this, so I guess I'll match your bet again this round. Tails it is. And you?
Heads. Coin turned up heads. Was that just a lucky guess, or is Kaya already...
Well, my luck's still just about holding out. The 3 of us are now tied, so no one drops out. Certainly better than Albert and I going head-to-head in the final round.
My turn.
Well, here you go. What'll it be, Mr. Bai?
It's a tough decision this time.
That's what makes it fun, isn't it? Anyway, there's no need to stress. What's the cost of a few cups of tea compared to 50,000 I'll be paying you every day?
You make a good point. All right, I'll take heads.
Okay, and now it's my turn to guess. Not that the outcome matters either way to me. I won't even notice the more's gone. Whatever, I'll take tails.
Tails. Fortunately, the coin turned up heads. Now it's Kaya's turn.
Why did it have to be heads? This whole thing started because you two got into a spat, and now I'm the one that has to foot the bill. What say you to another round?
Sure, why not? I'm having fun. I can go for as many rounds as you want.
I'm out.
What a miserly person. Do as you please. The two of us can play.
But Albert, all the fun of gambling is in the stakes involved. What say you to throwing a little loose change into the pot?
Oh, come on now. No need to walk on eggshells here. Let's keep it simple, shall we? If you guess right, I pick up the tab. But if you guess wrong, I'm afraid it's still on you.
Sure. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, here's the coin. You can toss first. I'll take heads.
I'll choose...
Wouldn't it defeat the whole purpose of betting if you guessed the same as me? This is a two-person game now. Surely one of us has to guess heads and the other tails.
All right. It all comes down to luck, after all. I'll take tails. Ooh, looks like Rex Lapis has smiled upon me today after all. Thank you for the tea, Albert.
You're on a lucky streak today.
Look at you getting so giddy over some chump change. It's like you've never gambled with real money before, my old man. That's a real rush, I'm telling you. This is nothing by comparison. In fact, I'm starting to get a little bored.
Well, in that case, would you care for another game?
Sure. And let's up the stakes a little this time. Shall we say 50,000?
Oh, maybe that's a little on the high side.
What, 50,000? But that's just a single day's guide pay for you.
All right. I'll bet tails.
And now he's gonna force the
then
win.
I'll bet heads. No takebacks.
Duel!
Heads.
Tails.
Damn!
Oh, how unfortunate. I shouldn't have gotten greedy. After all, in the long run, gambling is always a losing game.
Yes, it is. Well, 99% of the time.
My goodness. Albert, I'm terribly sorry, but as it happens, I forgot to bring my coin purse with me today. Could you perhaps take this 50,000 out of my guide fees? Call it an advance payment. That would make us even.
Advance payment? Sorry, I'm afraid that's not my style. It'll have to be cash.
Savage.
This day, just getting better and better. Well, so be it. 50,000. Let me see what cash I have on me.
Bro's gonna try to run. Everybody takes out 50,000 and more bills from his
Just
bag.
50,000? That's not what we agreed on.
Huh? What are you talking about? I think you'll find that our bet was for 50,000.
No, it wasn't. The amount was 1 million.
Whoa, gaslighting.
1 million? Are you insane? Come on now, Albert. Be serious. 1 million here and 1 million there might be all fun and games to you rich types, but to ordinary folk like myself, this is no laughing matter.
I'm being perfectly serious. I know what I said, and what I said was 1 million mora.
You're lying through your teeth. Hey, young lady, you tell him. Did you hear him say 1 million at any point during our bet?
Yeah, he said 1 million.
Huh?
Dude, we're gaslighting this guy.
I'm not deaf, you know. I swear I heard 50,000. Wait. Oh, I see. You two are in this
He
together.
figured it out.
I never met either of you before today, and out of nowhere you suddenly roped me into betting over a coin toss, and now you're accusing me of owing you 1 million mora. Huh? Do you have any idea who you're trying to cheat? I know all the tricks in the book. I can't believe a couple of beginners like you managed
I hope you have
to
the
get
bill
this
left
far.
around the corner listening to him.
Well, don't you try to celebrate just yet. You amateurs have a lot to learn about the art of the con. Do you really think that nobody else will have heard all the commotion we just made? All I need is one witness, and this little scheme of yours falls apart.
Oh, we got witnesses.
Frauds! Frauds, I say! These two kids are trying to scam me out of my hard-earned mora! Hostess! Oh, hostess! Come quickly!
Bruh.
How pathetic.
What is going on here? If you can't abide by our rules, you're not welcome at Yenshang Tea House. I don't care what the issue is. You don't get to make a racket like that in here. Halberd! Fang!
Oh, she's calling the guards.
Me out? These two con artists are trying to steal my mora. You can't let them get away with it.
This is the
let's
con
take
artist.
this somewhere else. I don't want any of you disturbing the other guests. Okay, you two. Care to explain yourselves?
Gladly. He's making up completely spurious claims. We were betting Mora over a few coin tosses, and now he wants to back out. In the land of contracts, of all places. He won 250,000 from me, then another 800,000 from the both of us. Now he's refusing to pay up the measly 50,000 that he lost in the final round.
Okay, so after settling up, a total of 1 million Mora should have changed hands. Sounds plausible enough.
It's a complete pack of lies. Hostess, if you don't believe me, ask anyone else in the tea house. These kids were so loud. I guarantee you everybody in that room knows the
What
true
if
story.
everyone at the TS
Sorry
is
to
in on it?
interrupt you all, but you're witnesses to the situation here. Is what Mr. Bai says true?
Oh, thank goodness you're finally here. What took
Oh,
you
yep.
so long? That old guy's been bragging about the mora he's won so loudly, I'm surprised the whole street didn't hear him. I was about to report him to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Savages.
Leave me out of this. I want nothing to do with gamblers and scammers. Please, just bring me my check.
Our new owner laid down the law not too long ago. We turn a blind eye towards casual games of dice, but there is zero tolerance for any explicit gambling with real mora. Return any winnings to the party you took them from, and we'll say that none of this ever happened.
Oh,
Otherwise, I'll
I
have
don't know
to
if that was
bring
part
in
of the plan.
Millilith. And
Well,
I
actually,
can
she might
assure
be on
you
it.
that they take a more hard line on this kind of thing than we do.
Why should I have to give them any mora? I don't have any mora on me.
Oh, but I think you do. 2 investments, was it? One of them to the tune of exactly 1 million, as it happens. Oh, and don't forget you still need to pay the tab.
You... Wait. How did you...
Halberd! Fang! There's a gentleman here that I'd really like you to meet.
Please, please don't. I'll pay, all right?
This was never your Mora to begin with. We'll be returning it to its rightful owner now.
Savage. Kaya a savage.
What did you think, Captain Wu? Could you hear clearly from your corner on the 2nd floor?
Yes, everything. I can't thank you two enough.
Woo. This was your doing, wasn't it? You and this Mondstatter planned the whole thing. Along with that blonde one. And all the customers on that floor were in on it too, weren't they?
Yep, you got counter scammed.
And I know what your
I
wife
know
looks
where
like.
you
Your
live.
pretty little daughter too.
Damn.
You crossed the wrong man today.
Please tell me there's guards nearby that can hear this.
Who'd be scared of a crook like you? I'll take you on any day of the week.
Well, let's see how long that false bravado of yours will last.
Bro, just threaten civilians.
Oh, look at that. He figured it out. Guess he's not as dumb as we thought.
Don't you two get cocky either. Just you wait. I will hunt you down.
Man's
My
crazy.
apologies for having to leave this question until you'd vacated the premises. But I couldn't have things escalate inside the tea house. I hope you can understand our position. I noticed that all the guests on the second floor were present before you took your seats, then left almost immediately after you did. Would I be correct in saying you were looking to set this man up?
Yep.
Wait, so you saw through it right away?
Under normal circumstances, we would never tolerate a scheme like this taking place on our grounds, as it risks damaging our owner's reputation. However, I understand that our owner holds the traveler in high regard and must have good reasons for their actions.
We got friends in high places.
If only so that I can answer to the
Literally. We got Ningguang up there.
When you're operating on someone else's turf, you run the risk of clashing with the master of the house. Thankfully, we considered that possibility before going ahead with our plan. Over to you,
Reverse
brave hero.
scammed.
You're the one with the connections in Liyue. It's your time to shine.
You recount what happened to Captain Wu.
Okay. I understand the situation now. It goes without saying that I have no wish to stand in the way of your chivalrous deeds. I'll report everything you told me to our owner.
Feel free to find me again if you need any further explanation.
Well, Captain Wu, remember what I promised you? What do you think? Angry and frustrated enough for you?
I think you delivered.
Excuse me, coming through. Is this the Mr. Bai you reported to us?
Yes, that's him all right. The one who scammed Captain Wu.
Wait! Where's your evidence? And Wu, you've already recovered your Mora. I don't deserve to be punished twice for the same crime.
You can't talk your way out of this one. You're already suspected of defrauding multiple victims out of smaller amounts, and the combined total meets the threshold for a conviction. If it turns out you're guilty in this case too, it'll only add to your sentence. Does the plaintiff have any witnesses? If so, we'd really appreciate if they could come with us and provide a testimony.
Here, sir. I'm happy to give a testimony.
You got tangled up in this too, huh? In that case, please come with me. Your witness statements will play a crucial role in helping
The travelers
to move this
got
case forward.
all the influence.
Don't worry, we won't take up too much of your time. And you, sir, can stop twiddling your thumbs. You're coming with us too.
Hey, keep your hands off me. I'll cooperate. Stop manhandling me.
Broken, rot in a jail cell. He can't threaten his wife and child, bro. That's messed up.
Thank you so much, the both of you. I really don't know how I could ever begin to repay you.
Live your life, bro.
Well, I have an idea. We originally came here to do some sightseeing. Anywhere you'd recommend we go before the end of our trip?
Let me think. Now, where would I want to go? Hey, are either of you interested in a fishing trip?
Sounds fun to me. Let's go.
Fishing time.
Try your luck betting on Jade?
No, we're not betting on Jade. Stop.
Hey there.
Whoa.
Come inside.
Ayo? Does she always have that voice line?
Adventurer, think you can last a round against me?
And then the shark eats us. Mualani shark? Don't go to the water. Actually really excited for Mualani though. For real, for real.
Well, this was certainly an eventful end to my trip. It wouldn't have been possible without you. Or my lucky coin, of course.
I'm just glad that nothing went wrong when I tossed the coin.
Wouldn't be much of a lucky coin if it had. Besides, I already taught you how to become attuned to it. You still need some practice to master the technique, but luckily it decided to play nice and spare us any more complications.
How do you control it anyway?
A better question to ask might be, what do I do to make this coin happy to work with me and show me whichever side I wish? My answer would be that I tell the coin a joke every time I toss it into the air. If it finds my joke funny, then it cooperates with me.
Okay, buddy.
Of course, this whole arrangement hinges on a pre-existing amount of trust between the two of us. I can't just get any strange coins to listen to me.
He caught us off guard when he insisted on taking the second coin toss.
Yeah, I was a little surprised when he unwittingly called out our trick coin, but it didn't matter. A good gambler always keeps their options open. You have to have a contingency plan for when the odds are against you. So when I went to the counter, I marked a regular coin as well as my trick coin.
Oh my god.
That safely avoided any risk of him finding out about the trick coin. But it also meant that we wouldn't be able to control the result of that round. But hey, what does it matter? The fact that he made things a little more challenging only made it all the more exciting to watch him slowly but surely fall into our trap. Especially listening to him warn us about the possibility of a rigged coin right as we were scamming him. That was my favorite part. As long as I chose the same bet as him, and you bet the opposite to me, it was always going to end up with him paying. Unless, of course, he'd had some other tricks up his sleeve that we hadn't thought of. Then things would have gotten really interesting.
You two are genuinely the smartest people I've ever met. I'm no intellectual, so I would never have been able to come up with a plan like this. Even when you described it to me, I only understood parts of it.
Never change your good nature.
Well, I may not be the smartest guy around, but one thing I do know is this. One should always return tenfold the help that they've received from others. We were just ordinary acquaintances. You had no reason to help me as much as you did. If there's anything I can ever do for you in the future, anything at all, please let me know. You can always count on me. I guarantee it.
Oh? You seem agitated. Are you worried about owing me yet another favor? There are two kinds of people who owe me favors. One is my friends, and the other my informants. My informants have to fulfill whatever requests I make of them, no questions asked. The question is, which kind of person do you want to be? Ah, and you're torn again. Too afraid to ask to be my friend, but also daunted by the dangers inherent in becoming my informant. Well, it's okay, because I just thought of a fun and easy way to get us out of this impasse. Let's do a coin toss. This is the regular coin I prepared for the contingency plan when I was borrowing a pen from the bar. Not the lucky one that does what I tell it to. If it's heads, we're friends. But if it's tails, you're at my beck and call. May the Lord of Geo decide.
Why are you placing a bet like this?
Heads or tails?
What do you think? What does your heart tell you?
I just put the coin back in his pocket.
I understand now. You have my most sincere gratitude. No, that's a little too formal. What I'm trying to say is, here, your fishing rods, my friends.
Awesome. An informant or a friend? Do you want to be my informant or my friend? Dang, Kaya's are long. How long have I been streaming? An hour and 42 minutes, and I've pretty much only done Kaya's things so far. We only have 2 endings. That's crazy. Why are Kaya's so long? At least, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's longer than any of the other ones. Maybe the other endings are shorter. Okay, well, all the way back to Samaria for this one. Alright, we get to hear the amazing Port Ormos song again. Oh, it's nighttime though, so it's gonna be slightly changed. Still banger though. What up, Kaya? I'm back. You rewinded time.
You're always so busy.
We can't spend public money for our own amusement.
Now I remember why you're an honorary knight. Of course being tempted by money is beneath you. Your honest character is dazzling to behold. Like the sunlight reflecting off the surface of Cider Lake in the late fall. I hold my hands up. My thinking was mistaken.
Your hands aren't up.
In that case, I guess today's end-of-trip blowout is cancelled. I shall pack my luggage and prepare to return to Mondstadt.
I can join you for the journey.
Oh, you'd do that for me? Well, this wasn't what I'd originally
Yo,
planned.
we going back to
but
Mondstadt.
it's a
Let's
very
go.
welcome development.
Then we're traveling
When I
everywhere
was
with Kaya.
souvenir shopping, I picked out something for you too. Guess my thoughtfulness wasn't in vain.
Ew, what'd you get for me?
Let's keep that a secret for now. Not because I want to keep you guessing. It's just that I didn't think I'd run into you here. All my gifts are back at the inn. I want you to find out for yourself when you open it. The surprise is what gift giving is all about, is it not?
Fine.
Then it's settled. We'll leave together shortly.
5,500 meters away. Mondstadt. It's crazy. Man, I remember when the Chinese open beta was out and I stood right here on this hill right at sunset and recorded a thing. I loved it so much, dude. Still, even to this day, playing this game, there's so many magical moments. I'm really excited for Natlan tomorrow. We're like 24 hours away. Probably like 26 or 7 hours away, but still.
Look, Mondstadt's windmills. Ah, such a comforting sight.
Nostalgic.
Now, as promised,
Tibby!
Your souvenir.
Scare away his birds.
Here you go. According to the merchant I bought it from, mysterious spirits called Jinn often live in lamps like
Oh,
this.
he got us a genie lamp.
And this lamp in particular once housed a very powerful genie. Merchants love to exaggerate to help make a sale, but it's still quite the pretty little lamp. I know you like rare things, so perhaps you can add this to your collection. Of course, you can also use it as an ordinary pot. Personally, I think it'd make an excellent wine vessel.
A wine vessel? Are we gonna be able to put it in the teapot? Thank you, I'll put it on display.
You're welcome.
Excuse me.
I'm glad you like it. I'm ready to head into the city now. You're free to join me, or you can make your own schedule. I could give everyone their souvenirs first, but I'm not sure whether I'm in the mood for running around and visiting people right after the long journey. Maybe I'll take a breather first. But I know I'll only get bored sitting in my room alone. Ugh. Do you have any suggestions?
Hang out. We can chill out together so you can relax without getting bored. I can join you for some souvenir giving, so you have some company.
Yes, I suppose. Okay, souvenir run it is. They're mostly people you know, so it'll be a chance for you to say hi to some people
I
you haven't
hope
seen
we
in a
actually
while.
see actual
Let's
characters
start
and
by
not
going to the
NPCs.
Knights of Favonius headquarters.
Gina
Jean and Lisa will
Lisa, let's
definitely be there,
go.
and with any luck, we might run into a few others too.
Maybe Mika, even though I don't want to see Mika. I'm a certified Mika hater. I think Mika's the only. Well, I guess I don't really like Dory either. Oh, I was like, why am I not fast traveling? That was weird. Oh, we're dropping frames. Lagging. Oh no. Internet, don't die, please. You recovering? No. Oh man. Okay, we're good. Maybe. Man, I don't know why it's been doing that lately. Okay, I need to start lowering my bitrate again. I don't really want to, though. They update this? I feel like they updated this. Like looking out the window here, I feel like it's higher quality now. Could be wrong, but also like not accurate at all. At least I don't think it is. What up, gang? OG
Hey,
gang here.
You too busy?
Long time no see, everyone.
You must have had
They
a
just
tough
floods
journey, Kaya.
monster. Leave the terrorists.
It's been a while, cutie.
Yes, welcome back, Kaya. Why is the honorary knight accompanying you?
We're just vibing. You explain your chance encounter with Kaya and Sumeru to Dean and Lisa.
I understand. Back to matters at hand, Kaya. I have already received your report. You did well this time, thank you. A few days ago, we received a letter from the representative of the Wine Merchants Association in Sumeru. It was thanks to your on-the-spot decisions that further losses...
Man, we're
due to
still dropping
continued delays
frames?
were
What's
avoided.
going on? Why am I having internet issues? Hello? Not downloading something on Steam, am I? No. What's going on? Why are we lagging? Why are we lagging? Well, it's nothing on my computer. Odd.
Just doing my duty. Anything to reduce the acting Grandmaster's workload. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have some unused travel funds. I'll return the surplus now.
He's talking like he wasn't planning on spending it.
Given the suddenness of the situation and the difficulty in resolving it, I authorized a greater than normal disbursement in case of unforeseen circumstances. But I didn't think there would be this much left over. Thank you, Kaya.
Just doing the right thing.
But okay, buddy. Like you weren't about to spend it.
For a post-trip debrief. I brought some souvenirs back for everyone.
Souvenirs?
Nah, Natlan's not out till tomorrow. I already preloaded it too, so it wouldn't be downloading.
Here, the letter opener is for Jean, the jeweled brooch is for Lisa, and the items in the box are for everyone else.
The artistry of this is exquisite. Look at the ornamentation on the sheath. This must be one of those crafts unique to Sumeru. It's my first time seeing one in person. Thank you, Kaya.
I love the color of the gem in this brooch, and the setting is so elegant. You have excellent taste, Kaya. This can't have come cheap.
It wasn't too bad. I didn't spend too much.
Might I intrude a moment?
Albedo?
Albedo, is that you? Come in.
I didn't expect
I finished the
Albedo.
latest quarterly expenses report for the workshop. It's ready for your review. Traveler, greetings.
Sucrose and Klee gonna show up?
And Kaya, welcome back from Sumeru. Haven't seen you in a while.
Hello, Albedo.
You two look like you're in good spirits.
As a matter of fact, the honorary knight and I traveled back from Sumeru together. Ah, yes, and I brought some souvenirs for you and Klee. They form a set. Hold on.
But not for
Let me dig them
Sucrose?
out.
Poor
You're
Sucrose.
too kind. Klee has been constantly inquiring as to the timing of your return lately.
Since you weren't around, she thought you had also been grounded. That it would be a long time before you could come out.
Children
Klee's so
always
innocent.
have the most peculiar way of looking at things.
Also been grounded? Sounds like things haven't been too dull for you all in my absence.
Klee's grounded right now.
It's Klee's third time this
Oh
month.
my gosh.
Evidently, you're not the least
Is
bit
she in
surprised.
solitary confinement?
On the contrary, what would be a surprise is if Klee ever managed to stay out of trouble for a substantial
Obviously,
length of
grounding her
time.
doesn't do anything.
Anyway, since my souvenir is part of a set with Klee's, there's no rush to give it to me. When Klee's next, released, I'll bring her to see you sometime.
Released.
We'll collect our souvenirs together.
Sure, makes sense. Leave the surprise for the person who'll enjoy it the most.
I'll leave these documents here. I'll take my leave now, everyone.
And that probably means we're getting no Klee cameo.
Kaya, I've approved your vacation request. Use this time to relax and unwind. Don't worry about the report and other work. I'll take care of it. You too, Honorary Knight. There isn't any work the Knights of Favonius require your assistance with at this time, so please take it easy.
Thank you. Then we'll be going now.
Enjoy your vacation. But don't forget to return the Fox and the Dandelion Sea series before it's due.
Don't worry, I'm nearly done with those. I'll be able to return them in a few days.
You gotta return them to the library. Come on now.
Kaya is just as thoughtful as always.
Though there's always something to do, with everyone lending a hand, I always feel at ease.
Good for you, Gene. Wonder who else he's got souvenirs for. If anyone.
I'm surprised Klee still hasn't escaped. I taught her a few tricks
You
just before
taught
I
her
left.
tricks? Maybe we are gonna see her. Why are you smirking?
Kids will always have their moments of mischief. But to be able to grow up without a worry or care in the world is something truly precious.
True.
Well, now that all the gifts for the Knights of Favonius are with Jean, next up is... Ooh, how about we visit the Dawn Winery under the pretext of
Try to
delivering
score some
souvenirs?
free
Try
wine.
to score some free wine.
I guess at the Luke.
It's been a long time since I last saw everyone there. Plus, it'll be the perfect time to treat you to some of their newest brews. D-Luke should be there tomorrow since he has business to deal with. But then there's nothing scheduled for the day after tomorrow, so perhaps it'll be easier to get free wine then.
We gotta wait 2 days.
What do you think? When should we go?
The day after tomorrow.
Great. Then it's settled. Let's meet the day after tomorrow at the front entrance of the Dawn Winery.
So I wonder if meeting him tomorrow is one of the splits. It's gotta be. Wait until 2 days later. Time lapse. I like how the clouds don't ever move in time lapses. It'd be cool if they did. Hello, Asa? Or is it Asa? Sorry if I said it wrong. Okay. Dawn Winery. I don't actually know if going to the Statue of the Seven's faster or going to the waypoint down there, but I always went to the Statue of the Seven because it's up higher, so you can just glide. I said it right the first time. So, Asa? Oh, this song. I love this song so much. My friend Nino even learned how to play this song on his... He got a guitar for this song. What a legend. He learned how to play it. Because he liked it that much, and so did I. It's like, damn, that's cool, bro.
More punctual than I expected. Let's head inside.
One of my favorite songs in the game. What up, Elzer?
Master Kaya? And the Traveler? Welcome, welcome. Please, come in. I'll fetch you both something to drink.
Long time no see, Elsa.
Already getting the free drinks.
Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it? So, what brings you back to the winery this... Sorry. Is there anything I can do for you?
No need to be so formal. I just returned from Sumeru and dropped by to see you all.
Ah, what a pity. Master D-Luke went out to handle business last night and hasn't returned yet.
No!
Never mind. The main thing is that you and Adeland are here. Oh, speaking of Adeland, where is she?
She's taking some time off. She was busy cleaning yesterday.
Dang,
and
apparently
finally
we
has a
should have
bit
just
of
came here
time to
yesterday.
herself.
Perfect. I brought some gifts for you both. Here, this belt buckle is for you.
My goodness, it's exquisite. Thank you, Master Kaya. I'll treasure it. Would you like
Bro
anything to
coughing
drink?
because
we recently
he's
finished making a new batch of
trying to be
dandelion
professional,
wine.
or because
Well,
he's sick?
What perfect timing. I was just wondering how this year's batch was coming
There's a lot
along.
of dust in the air.
Let
Maybe
me
he's just
fetch a
choking on
barrel and have
that.
someone delivered to the Knights of Favonius headquarters for you.
Oh, I won't be needing an entire barrel. A couple of bottles will be more than sufficient.
Bro is
Else
dying. I
D-Luke
know he
might
is.
say I came here to beg.
Oh, Master D-Luke might grumble, but he doesn't mean it. Anyway, let me fix you both a drink.
Much obliged. Then I'll have a glass of dandelion wine and a glass of cider lake for her, if you please.
Am I drinking lake water? I know that's not what it is, but that's gonna be a funny answer, I think.
The name is not that literal. It is a drink with virtually no alcoholic content, as Master Kai will be aware. I'll prepare them now. Please, wait a moment.
Don't know what I was expecting. Never mind, I'm used to it already.
Strictly speaking, that's not
Girl's
entirely
probably
true.
older than Kaya. Actually,
Cider
maybe
lake
not.
does have a tiny amount of alcohol in it.
Please, enjoy.
Because, like, she's over 500 years old, but, like, Kaya probably is too, now that I think about it. Because Kaya's definitely from Conria. So, I don't know. Try the cider lake that Elzer mixed. It's quite sweet and very tasty.
Pleased you liked it. Looks like my bartending skills haven't faded with age.
I feel like it would be more refined with age, no?
Is the winery's business doing well?
To tell you the truth, we've had our work cut out for us recently trying to fulfill some major orders. Things have only just started to quiet down over the last couple of days.
So,
Over a million years old? I don't know about that.
Master D.
But she's
was
definitely
concerned
old.
about the same thing. But with him being out on business for a few days, who would take care of business and the guests if I were to take time off? Maybe some other time.
I do wonder how many worlds the travelers have been to, though. Because this obviously isn't the first world. They've said that they've traveled many, I believe. But I know that at least the time that she's been here has been like 500. Maybe 10,000 sounds reasonable. But definitely old enough.
At least take half a day to see a doctor and make sure you're okay. If your condition worsens, D-Luke will never forgive himself.
Yeah, I think he's at least someone of significance as well. Whether he is the prince or not. And if his hangout actually had that prince section where he actually played as the prince, and I feel like it was a direct, like, analogy almost for his own story. So I think you might be at least on the right path, if not 100% correct. Kaya definitely has significance that we don't know about yet. And that's why I was really excited to do his hangout, because I was hoping we get some more answers, and I think we already kind of have.
You make a fair point.
If you're worried about having someone to handle the winery, why not leave it to me? I'm familiar enough with your responsibilities to cover for you for a while.
Master Kaya, please, come back to the winery more often. We all miss you very much.
All right. No need for that kind of talk. Come on, I'll see you out.
While I'm resting, I shall leave Dawn Winery in your hands.
Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Rest easy, and go see the doctor.
Yeah, don't die.
Such great weather today. A calm breeze and delicious wine. This is quite the treat. Though, it's a pity this batch seems a bit bland. How about I go to the wine locker and fetch one from the reserve collection? I remember it's on the second floor.
Huh? Is that allowed?
Of course it's fine. I promised Elzer I'd help. I said nothing about leaving the wine alone.
Oh, Kaya, you sneaky dog. Isn't that what's her face?
Sorry, I'm
Adeline,
a little
yep.
late to the welcome party, but I believe I just heard the words wine locker and reserve collection. Planning on pilfering a bottle of reserve, Master Kaya? The reserve collection is reserved for a reason, you know. You should at least run it past Master D-Luke first.
Oh, Adeline,
I think that's ever
surely
stopped
you
him.
miss her. We were simply taking a walk around the house.
I see.
Smooth.
Anyway, what brings you and the traveler to the winery today?
We just returned from Sumeru. It's been a while, so I thought we might drop by and say hello. And perhaps
Crystalfly.
enjoy a complimentary drink while we're here. Surely you wouldn't object, Adeline.
We getting another
How
drink?
could I object? We're simply happy that you've come back to see us.
Oh, Adeland, I also brought some gifts for you all. This bottle of essential oil is for you. If you rub it on your hands when it gets cold, your skin won't crack.
Oh my. I can't believe you remembered something like that.
Dang, he's risen her up, bro.
Of course I remember. You always took such good care of me when I fell sick as a child.
Wait.
In comparison, this is nothing.
Okay, so this is where it also gets hard, because if Kaya's Conrian, then how would she take care of him as a child? Or maybe the Conrians stay as children longer? This is something that I don't quite understand yet, and Hoyoverse is usually pretty good about attention to detail. Like, even the coin earlier, how they have the heads and tails when Mora coins don't technically have heads and tails, but he marked it. It's like little things like that all the time, so I just find that odd. So, I don't know. Maybe he was born after the fall of Conria. Or reincarnation? That's not a bad thought either, actually. But I think he's definitely Conrian. He's at least been confirmed to not have come from Mondstadt. And he wears an eye patch over that one eye. I don't know if his model actually has a Conrian eye under that, because I'm sure people can take off the eye patch in an external program, or there's probably even a way to clip behind the eye patch in game. It wouldn't surprise me. But like, there's no way he's not, right? There's no way he's not.
You're all grown up now, and you don't get sick nearly as easily. You don't need me to look after you anymore.
True, I don't get sick as much. But speaking of being looked after, when I was in Sumeru, I did find myself and my stomach missing your cooking so terribly.
Oh, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? You too, Traveler. Please tell me if there's anything you'd like to eat.
Well, now that you mention it, I do actually feel a bit peckish.
You know, I just realized, I don't think Paimon shows up in Hangouts. That's interesting. I didn't even, like, think about it until now. Because I was like, oh, Paimon would want some sticky honey roast. But, like, where is Paimon? She doesn't exist in the Hangouts. What the heck? That's so weird.
Steak?
Oh, yes. A nice steak would really hit the spot.
Fragrant cedarwood grilled. Medium. Stewed vegetables on the side?
Yes, just like you always used to make. Thank you kindly, Adeland.
Bro's getting
My
nostalgic.
pleasure. Traveler, I'm sorry I'm not familiar with your preferences.
Paimon is gone.
With me and select a few dishes?
She just dies during Hangouts. I can't believe I never really realized it before. Hold on. Sorry, I have a obligation here. I haven't caught one of these yet. There we go. Kind of working on achievements slowly but surely. Emergency, yeah, true. We don't need food, Adeline. We ate Paimon. She's the emergency food. They haven't used that joke in a while. I feel like the last time we used emergency food was probably, I want to say, in the Fortress of Meripede, maybe? Maybe not even then. I don't know. It's been a long time since we've used emergency food joke.
Grilling the steak over fragrant cedarwood infuses it with more flavor than pan-frying it. It's a favorite of Master Kaya's. Since using an open flame to grill indoors is somewhat inconvenient, we usually set up a grill outdoors. It's perfect for grilling meat, but you can also use it to make stews. I can offer you a satisfying salad, cold cut platter, and anything stewed. What would you prefer, Traveler?
Sticky honey roast. We just talked about that. We gotta get the sticky honey roast.
Right away.
Adeline easily gets a fire
Master
roaring and
Kaya
prepares to
really
boil
likes
the
stewed
ingredients or something like that.
vegetables,
I missed
but
it.
takes the most time. So I'll start making that first.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
we have
prepare your meal.
we have
once
this now. And boil the vegetables, not the ingredients. You seem to know Kaya's preferences inside out.
Of course. I looked after him and Master Diluc when they were growing up.
It also makes me wonder if maybe people, or maybe Conria still is, I don't know. It's just so weird with Kaya because he's like, I don't think it's been 100% confirmed, but it's like a 99% chance he was born, or he is Conrian. I don't know if that necessarily means he was born in Conria though. But he's definitely Conrian. Like, there's no way he's not. But like, how was he young with Master Diluc? It's my only question. It just doesn't add up to me. There's something sus. Maybe he time traveled. Actually, I wouldn't put that. You know what? He probably did. There's theories about the time god and how it has something to do with that sundial off the coast of Mondstadt. So it makes me wonder. Maybe he time traveled. I wouldn't be surprised.
He wasn't always such a complicated character. He was a gentle child, polite and very sweet. Boys, huh? The gentle ones grow up to be wild, and the rambunctious ones become quiet and reserved. At least that's my experience. If there's anything you don't understand about Master Kaya and his antics, please feel free to talk to me about it.
I wouldn't say I really main anyone. I mean, lately it's been Neuvillette, Farina, Kazuha, Charlotte. But like I play a lot of Arlecchino. I'd say the character I probably played the most is Kuching. She was my carry for a lot of the updates, and then when Sumeru came out and Dendro was a thing, I used her quite a bit as well. If you can't tell, I'm a big fan of Kuching. Yeah. Lately it's definitely been Neuvillette. Neuvillette and Farina and Kazuha and Charlotte. And Kazuha's been in a lot of my teams for a long time as well. Use Kazuha in the Kuching team, for example.
His temperament has changed quite a lot over the years, but he still has a lot of the endearing qualities I remember.
I can't always tell if he's being truthful.
Kaya is much savvier and more mature than he used to be. Goodness knows he could be tricky to deal with. But let me share a few little tips. When he answers your question with a question, stop and think carefully about what he wants you to believe. And don't be led on by him.
Answering a question with a question is really smart,
what
actually.
He's up to. That's because he loves making up a good cover story. But don't let him get to you too much. You can take it from me. You were drinking a cider lake just now, right?
That's right.
Do you know why it's called that? The name was coined by none other than Master Krepis when he mixed the drink for Master Kaya himself.
There's a story behind
They
it.
were adorable when they were young. One time, the winery was hosting a banquet, and Master Krepis strictly forbade Master Diluc from drinking. Master Diluc wasn't happy about that, and he convinced Master Kaya to team up with him and sneak into the wine cellar to steal some dandelion wine. And how did I find this out? Because when Master Kaya attempted to distract me, I could clearly see Diluc hiding around the corner of the corridor, gesturing to Master Kaya to direct him through the whole thing.
Thanks, they're both
Captain
sneaky.
Kaya of today never bats an eye when he lies, but he wasn't like that at all when he was young. Oh, goodness, how did I get into this? Anyway, they were discovered by Master Krepis.
Girl doesn't
in the
even
end,
look that old.
And he was furious. He punished Master Kaya by making him write lines, and Master Diluc was forced to clean the wine barrels in the cellar.
Because like Diluc and Kaya don't look like they could be like any older than like 25. It's like, how old are you, girl?
Oh, the wine cellar had over a dozen large wine barrels to scrub, and Master Diluc was just a child. There was no way he could finish it all by himself. Master Krepis really meant to teach him a lesson. I'd originally planned to secretly finish off the work for him, but when I peeked inside the cellar, I found that Master Kaya was already there. He and I finished scrubbing the remaining barrels when Master Krepis saw that the bruises on Master Kaya's hands
Kaya's
were
story
even
is
darker
long.
than those on Master Diluc's hands. He instantly understood the situation.
But hey, I'm all for it.
Krepis wasn't
I like the
stern
lore.
by nature, so to comfort Master Kaya, he mixed him a drink and added a few drops of alcohol just so he could have a
Oh
little
snap!
taste.
Gave him the alcohol.
So you see, Kaya was a gentle child and never one to boast about the things he did for other people. Sometimes he'd even deny it if asked. His friends have a special place in his heart, even if he keeps this to himself. Kaya's quite a smooth talker these days. but I can tell that his habit of quietly helping others hasn't changed.
I understand what you mean.
Ah, good. Okay, the stew is nearly ready, but the meat and the other dishes will need a moment. Please wait at the table. I'll be over shortly.
Enjoy a delicious meal. We still got 2 more hangouts to do, too. Then I'm probably gonna switch to ZZZ, but that'll be a separate thing. I don't know how much of the event's unlocked, though.
Eating Adelin's steak? Ah, now this is what I call a vacation.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we're still here for another couple hours. And I got to hear some stories about your childhood.
Oh?
Oh?
What has Adeline been telling you?
Said you have a strong sense of justice.
So she told the good stories. Well, shucks. Now I'm embarrassed.
Well, you would be less
ready.
embarrassed if they were the bad stories?
I made a little extra, given how long it's been since you were last here.
Oh, we never imagined there would be such a magnificent feast. You've really outdone yourself. Why don't you sit and eat with us this time?
Yeah, let's eat together.
If you keep chatting away, the food will get cold. I'll wait here. Please call me if you need anything.
No, you're supposed to join
that
us.
just won't do, Adeline. I'm serious. We get together so rarely. Can't you bend the house rules just this once? After all, I don't live here anymore, so I'm just a regular guest. You're not going to refuse your honored guest this small request, are you?
Since it's you, Master Kaya, I see no choice but to honor your request.
Yeah, that's right, Adeline. You better eat with us.
I know that us sharing a meal is a sign of our close relationship, but this is technically against the rules for a maid, so please forgive me for rebuffing you at first. I didn't mean to sound rude.
It's all Kaya's fault.
Traveler, given how petty Master Kaya can be, it must be hard for him to make friends. Does he have any friends in the Knights of Favonius?
Yes, everyone is Kaya's friend.
See? I do have a way with people. And now I have her here to back me up.
Kaya's kind of a legend. You enjoy a home-cooked meal with Kaya and Adeline.
Hello, everyone. Pardon me, but is this Dawn Winery? I'm
Who's this guy?
Granger, a guard with the Secure Transport Agency under the Leo Communications Office. Here's my card.
No wonder Elzer felt so strongly about staying. He certainly wasn't kidding about how busy it is. Mr. Guangzhi, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is all mine. The Secure Transport Agency has worked with your fine establishment in the past, though we have only corresponded through letters. I always found it a great pity that I, the overseer of our cooperation, have never had the occasion to visit in person.
I thought we were about to end this path on this hangout, but it's still going. This is crazy.
Why don't we go inside to discuss the details? No doubt the conversation will flow better with some of our wines to taste. Adeline, we'll continue our discussion later. Could you fetch some apple cider for the 3 of us?
Certainly, Master Kaya. Please wait a moment.
I think it's a little longer than that. I don't think it comes out until 8 p.m. or like not. Sorry. So in my time, it'll be 8 p.m. around 8 p.m. Probably closer to 7 p.m. though. They're usually early. Unless they're putting the update out early, but I don't think they are. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, that'd be cool if it comes out in 13 hours. But I think it's around 25, 26 hours still. Yeah, so it should come out around 9, 10 p.m. for you tomorrow, I believe. If it's on their regular update cadence. I don't think they've ever put an update out early. Like, if it is early, it's like usually like an hour early. Or sorry, what did I say? Did I say 9, 10? Sorry, 11, 12. 11 midnight, I think. Yeah, let me see. Let me see what they have, if they have the maintenance thing out yet. Genshin Impact. I don't know if they have the maintenance post out yet. Ningguang. Okay, so Rivette is expected to start performing maintenance at 6 UTC plus 8. Is that early? I don't think it is. Hold on. 6 UTC plus 8. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. 2. Okay, so right now it is 8 p.m. or it's almost 9. Maybe it is coming out early. Wait, no, because that'd still be 24 hours. So in 23 hours they're starting maintenance? Is that what I'm No, 22 hours. Almost 21 hours they're starting maintenance. Doing math live on stream. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be around 24, 25 hours from now. Because maintenance starts 21 hours. Around 21 hours. I think. Unless I'm doing math wrong. Oh no, maybe it is a little earlier. Because people are saying 3 p.m. PDT. Or that's maintenance. Maintenance is at 3 p.m. PDT. So Eastern time, that's 6 p.m. And maintenance is usually 2 to 3 hours. I think. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's about normal time. Wish they put it out earlier though, that'd be so sick.
And how might I address you, sir? As well as your...
Just Kaya is fine. I'm standing in today for Elzer, who usually manages the winery's business. And this is my good friend.
Hi, I'm Tabor.
A pleasure to meet you as well. I'm not just here today to pay a visit. I actually have an invitation for Master D-Luke to cut the ribbon at a ceremony to celebrate our agency's business. Our collaboration with Dawn Winery last year was quite successful, and I was curious about your product shipment plans for the next quarter. If it's no trouble, please, also mention to Master D-Luke that our agency has expanded this year, so if the winery has any additional needs, please consider us.
Master Kaya, the apple cider you requested.
Master? Wait. Pardon my foolishness, but might I
19 hours
inquire
and
as to your
15
relation
minutes.
to Dawn Winery?
I'm Master Krepus's adopted son, and Master D-Luke's brother. However, as a serving captain with the Knights of Favonius, I am rarely at the winery.
I think that's the time when maintenance starts, though. I could be wrong, but I think that's maintenance. And then we have to wait for maintenance to actually play.
My mistake. I apologize for not realizing earlier. I do hope I have not done you a discourtesy.
You may have misunderstood, Mr. Guangzhe. Though I am Master D-Luke's brother, I don't actually live at Dawn Winery. I'm also a guest here today. I'm merely here receiving guests due to Elzer being temporarily indisposed. But please, don't worry. I will be sure to extend your invitation to Master D-Luke.
Thank you for your graciousness. I knew that Dawn Winery's wines were delicious, but I am only now discovering how wonderful the apple cider is. It has a clear and inviting fragrance.
In addition
Clear
to the
and
apple
inviting
cider,
fragrance.
the winery has an extensive collection of reserve
I haven't had
wines
apple
and
cider in
liquors.
so long.
I see you are also a connoisseur of fine wines, so it would be a shame not to sample some. Adeland, please fetch a bottle from the reserve collection in the second floor wine locker.
Smooth.
As you wish, Master.
The three of you enjoy apple cider and an exquisite bottle of reserve.
Thank you again for your most gracious hospitality. Today's trip was very fruitful. Now, allow your humble servant to take his leave.
Please, it was a pleasure. Here's hoping we'll have a chance to share some more fine wines together in the future.
The guest has left, Master Kaya.
In the end, you couldn't protect the reserve.
It's no skin off my nose. Master D-Luke may have a few choice words when he learns of the situation, but that's all. All I really wanted to say is, you will always be a part of the Dawn Winery family, Master Kaya. I have never considered you an outsider. No matter when, if you ever feel tired, you'll always be welcome here.
I understand, Adeland.
Open the door.
Now this is a busy day. Who's at the door this time?
Hello, everyone. I'm
Tells her,
back.
why'd you knock?
Now that was fast. How are you feeling?
The doctor said there was nothing to worry about. I just need some rest. But on the way back, I met someone who was looking for Master Kai.
Clee, let's go!
Shh! Klee's here to rescue you. Come on, let's escape.
What are you rescuing Kaya from?
Miss Honorary Knight! Are you grounded with Kaya too?
Thinks everyone's grounded.
Yes, Albedo was saying something about that. Sumeru was fun, but it can't compare with Mondstadt. So here we are.
You two must have done something to make Jean mad, but that's okay. Kaya has rescued Klee loads of times before, so when Albedo told me you came back, I went and said sorry to Jean. Kaya, you're free now! We can go play together again!
Oh, if my memory serves me correctly, this child is...
Run.
A fully qualified Knight of Favonius. Klee.
He's gonna burn up the blow up the winery.
We're sorry. Please don't ground Kaya.
What?
I really need to take Kaya and Miss Honorary Knight away, so we can go find Albedo,
Yo, are we actually gonna?
Amber, and everyone else and play together.
Is Kaya's just like
I see.
the Mondstadt?
Hello, Miss Klee.
Mondstadt hangout of
worry.
it?
Master Kaya's grounding is long over.
See, Adeland, you don't need to worry about me. I have lots of people to care for me now.
Okay. Hey, we did get the lamp. Jeez, Kaya's are just so long though. This is crazy. Okay, so we have a split here and a split here. Let's do this one first. Go to the entrance of the Knights of Favonius headquarters. Oh, we're gonna wait till tomorrow instead of the next day. The day after tomorrow. That's gonna be the split.
I'm surprised Klee still hasn't escaped. I taught her a few tricks just before I left.
This is just the norm to you?
Kids will always have their moments of mischief. But to be able to grow...
This says the same thing. Tomorrow!
That works. Then I guess we'll see D-Luke. Let's meet at the front entrance of the Dawn Winery tomorrow.
Wait a day. Probably 8 a.m. I probably should have checked, but it's okay. It's usually 8 a.m. Did I do it too early? No, I think it just didn't update the thing. I didn't even put a pin there. Whoops. Accidental pin. Man, it's always so nostalgic being in Mondstadt again. I don't know what I was getting stuck on. I guess that bench. What up, Kaya?
You made it. Come on, let's go inside. Brace yourself for some sour grapes.
Okay.
If you're not feeling well, then let me go this time.
Hello.
I'm fine. It's not serious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important.
What are you doing here today?
Damn.
I see you've brought a +1.
So mad. I don't think I'm gonna do any co-op today, Kieran. I've got a few more hangouts I still need to do, and I also want to do something with ZZZ, so I'm kind of on a time crunch. Greetings.
Oh, it's nothing particularly pressing. It's just that we recently returned from Sumeru, and given how long it's been since we last visited the winery, we thought we'd drop by and say hello.
Is that it? Make yourselves comfortable then.
Oh, do you really mean that? Because my definition of comfortable happens to involve prodigious amounts of your finest wines. Speaking of which, I'm curious where you store the wine these days. Is it the same place as it always used to be?
Sounds like you're in a hurry to reach your goal. Been plotting this raid for a long time.
He wants to raid the
Plotting
wines.
A raid? Why, you misunderstand me. The truth is, a rumor happened to reach my ears recently. My informants tell me that last month, the Dawn Winery spent a large sum of mora on 2 bottles of limited edition Northland Valberry liquor. However, it turns out that they were likely just cheap knockoffs masquerading as the real thing. Of course, a teetotaler like yourself would struggle to tell the difference.
Teetotaler.
So why not get a connoisseur to help you appraise the quality? Oh, wait. But the sterling reputation of Dawn Winery is at stake. Why, if you really purchased bootleg liquor, that would be scandalous. Better to have unknown and insignificant alcohol aficionados do the taste test for you. To prevent word
That's
getting out.
crazy.
Quite the story. You used that one last year. Got anything else?
You used that one
What?
last year. It's
Really?
crazy.
I totally forgot. In that case, how about the principle of reciprocity? Here, this is for you. I bought it for you in Sumeru. And it cost a veritable mountain of mora.
A lamp?
Thanks. Put it on the table.
That's it? No comment whatsoever?
You want a comment? Okay then. This thing is very in line with your unique aesthetic tastes. Much like that vase over there. Elzer.
So blunt.
Fetch a bottle of this year's newest batch from the warehouse, or else someone will keep blathering on with endless excuses. One moment, Master Kaya. I shall fetch it immediately.
What's wrong, Elzer? Are you okay?
My throat is a bit raspy is all. It got better after I began taking medicine, but recently
Not this time, Kieran.
flared up again. Other than
I've
a
got
bit
too
of
much to do.
difficulty breathing now and then, it's nothing to be concerned about.
Too many hangouts.
Many illnesses are caused by overwork. If you don't get enough rest, medicine alone won't solve the problem. Surely you should have long since handed over the work of the winery to D-Luke by now. You can't keep being D-Luke's butler. He's becoming a louse.
Actually, most of the time he...
Are we ever send Elzer out again?
Take some time off, Elzer. Don't put it off any longer. I'll handle the guild matters. It's important to take care of your health. You have to take it seriously. And, cavalry captain, you would do well to remember that brevity is the soul of wit. Master D-Luke, Master Kaya, thank you both. Then I'll take my leave and rest for a few days.
Enjoy your vacation. Though, before you officially clock out, let me head out the door with you. We can grab a few bottles on the way. There's nothing quite like enjoying a quality wine while feeling the gentle breeze against your face.
Wanna come to Luke?
Normally I'd accompany you, but unfortunately I still have some pressing matters to take care of. My apologies and regards to both of you.
Dang lame.
Really? Oh, that's a shame.
Sure, we'll just steal Adeland again. Usher Elzer out.
I asked Connor to select a bottle of our best. He'll bring it by shortly.
You asked Connor?
He hasn't seen you in a while. He's just happy to be able to do this for you.
Considerate as ever. Ah, Elzer, I also brought you a gift. Here, this belt buckle's for you.
It'd be funny if the gift changed depending on what
Thank you.
what path you were on.
Indeed. I'll put it on as soon as I get home.
Glad you like it. Go on, enjoy your time off. And don't forget to see a doctor.
Very well, Master Kaya. I'll be taking my leave now.
Elzer is a good guy, and he's very responsible. But with 1,000 different things to worry about each day, that same sense of responsibility wears him down.
Master Kaya, your wine and an apple cider for your friend. All freshly fermented this year. Please, have a taste. Traveler, this one's for you.
Thank you.
Oh, very clear. And a full-bodied aroma. That's rather nice.
Guy's kind of droopy.
Isn't it? This one's a little on the sweeter side, but I can go grab a dry one if you'd prefer.
No need. Sweet is just fine. Let's drink one together.
Kaya's just like, everyone, please drink with me.
I haven't caught up with you like this in a long time. We used to always pour the first glass for you when cracking open a new barrel. With you gone these past few years, I've had to drink it for you.
Well, since it wasn't me harvesting the grapes, de-stemming, or crushing them, it's much more fitting that you should take the first taste.
It's an important step in the winemaking process. After harvesting the grapes, the stems have to be removed prior to fermentation, or they'll affect the quality. If you'd like, Traveler, you can help us harvest some grapes. Winemaking can be quite a lot of fun.
It isn't nearly as exciting as he makes it sound. Your back will be in so much pain after picking grapes that you won't be able to stand up straight.
Master Kaya is right. Harvesting grapes is back-breaking labor. But seeing the grapes turn into grape juice, then ferment into wine, it's a fascinating experience. And every person at the winery should have a chance to share in it.
Wait, so D-Luke actually helps you with the winemaking?
That doesn't surprise me.
Goodness, no.
Oh, no?
Master
Okay.
D-Luke is far too busy, not just during the day, but even at night.
I know, he's like Batman.
And just what is D-Luke always so busy with?
Well, you know, come nightfall, he's always out there, networking, and so on.
Dang, does Connor know?
Master Kaya, you may be surprised to learn just what lengths Master D-Luke is willing to go to for the sake of the business.
Connor, you're an awful liar. I hate to see you struggle.
Oh, so Master Kaya, how do you like your drink? I remember you weren't very interested in wine when you were young.
That was the least natural segue in conversational history. Connor almost exposed the Dark Knight hero.
That was because the adults said children weren't allowed even a drop. Don't you remember how much trouble D-Luke got in that time he snuck a drink?
Ah, yes, of course. Adeland even covered for the two of you.
But on a serious note, having grown up at a winery, I spent my childhood watching Tunner plant the grape seeds, waiting for them to ripen on the vine, harvesting them together, and waiting for the alcohol to ferment. Even though I couldn't help with making distilled spirits, watching everyone work was fascinating. How could anyone not love to drink with a childhood like that? So, let us raise a glass to wine itself, and in thanks to the gracious hospitality the winery has shown us today.
To our generous hosts.
Here, here, to Dawn Winery.
3 glasses clink and are promptly drained in celebration.
Speaking of wine, Connor, I have a gift for you. It's a decanter set from Sumeru.
I get a present too? Thank you, Master Kaya. Time really does fly. I still remember the days when everyone was giving you gifts at your birthday parties when you were young. Now I have wrinkles and Tunner's bent double, while Master Kaya is the cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius.
How is Tunner holding up?
He's still tough, but getting on in years, so some things just aren't as easy as they were.
Dang, everyone's getting
But
old.
he's used to doing things his way and doesn't trust new employees to do it for him. A lot of the temporary workers I hired quit because they couldn't handle how picky he was. Master Kaya, if you have time, why not go talk to him about it? You're probably the only person he'll listen to besides Master D-Luke.
I definitely owe him a visit.
So now we're gonna go see
I haven't seen
Connor.
him in some time, and I do have fond memories of the days when he was teaching me to pick grapes.
Tunner, sorry. That is Connor. Oh yeah, we see this guy as a medicine all the time.
Oh, Master Kaya, you're back. No, I'm not at all busy. I just spend my hours watching the grapes growing on the vine.
That
They're
sounds like a
growing
really boring
wonderful
time.
this year. A few rows are almost ripe. We've already begun harvesting them these past few days, so that'll keep me occupied. Sit. After we're done picking, I'll bring a few bunches over for you to try.
No need. We were just drinking with Connor, and our stomachs are so full of wine that we couldn't eat a bite.
What about your friend? Doesn't she want to try?
I'm not hungry, thank you.
Allow me to introduce the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius.
Bro, acts like I haven't done commissions for him.
Honorary knight in the flesh. There are so many talented people in the Knights of Favonius. You all have bright futures ahead of you.
Harvesting grapes is hard work. Let me help you. Do you still remember how I used to help out when we were short-handed?
I believe I do. In that case, I'm counting on you.
I will help too.
What's this? Everyone's clamoring to do manual labor? Well, suits me. More
I'm gonna help you out,
is
bro.
always appreciated. Come with me, young lass. I'll tell you which grapes are ripe enough, and you can pick them.
Big grapes. Oh, the hard work of pressing the F key. That was so
You
tough.
have nimble hands, lassie. Master Kaya wasn't nearly so careful when he was young. He mangled so many his first time. What a waste. Fortunately, the young master has a good head on his shoulders. Didn't take long for him to get up to speed. And now he's turned into such an outstanding young man. Polite and kind. If I had a son as exceptional as Kaya, oh, I would be the happiest man in Mondstadt.
So wholesome.
There's a few more rows of grapes up ahead. Let's finish picking them together. Careful not to damage the grapes when you pinch the stem.
Crystal fly. Where are the grapes? Oh, right there.
These grapes look excellent. You're a fast learner.
Like how it's so obvious which grapes are the ones you can pluck because they look so much higher quality.
I'll take them. Good job. Master Kaya left the winery and moved to Mondstadt. Just like my own son, Guy. He left home to join the Knights of Favonius, too. I don't know him like Miss Adeline or Master D.
The world building's insane!
But I know that no matter how old your child gets, they always need a home they can come back to. And without family by your side, you at least need the companionship of friends. I've been working here for decades and watched him grow up with my own two eyes. Sometimes I get the sense that there is something bothering him. Something deep-rooted.
Unreal.
But he guards his secrets closely. Or perhaps he just doesn't want to involve us. After all, I doubt that we could help him. I can see that you have a good relationship with Master Kaya. Please look after him.
I'll
He's
take good
very
care
dear
of him.
to us. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. You're a good child. Thank you.
Kaya is an important friend to me.
Wonderful, wonderful. Knowing that he has a friend like you, we here at the winery can be happy for him.
You're looking very happy, Tunner. Was the traveler telling you some jokes?
Definitely.
No jokes. I've received a letter from my son, Guy. He's really going places. I'm so delighted. Master Kaya, honorary knight. My eyesight is fading in my old age. Could you read it out for me?
Of course.
Thank you both.
It's funny when he says his eyesight's going back when Kaya literally has one eye. I mean, he has two eyes, but he uses one eye. Let's see what Guy has written. Alright, one more Kaya split, and then we move on to Kaveh, I believe, is who we're gonna do next, and we'll save Lynette for last. Okay, where is it? There it is. Memento. Oh boy, we gotta go all the way back to Mondstadt. So now we have to not do the errand run, but hang out with him, I think. The errand run, the souvenir run.
Look, Mondstadt's wind.
Mondstadt's wind. You can chill out together so you can relax without getting bored.
I'm honored to have such a caring friend. Let's go to the plaza in front of the cathedral. We can listen to the bards playing.
Yo, Aventi makes an appearance, and
so
Barbara,
long in
and
I've begun to miss
Rosario.
that slow-paced and relaxed atmosphere. There's no rush. We can take our time and stroll on over.
Please? Maybe? That'd be great. Oops, I didn't just go. Did I just go to the Imaginarium Theater? Oopsie. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do.
Port Ormos is always lively, even late into the night. People there go to bed much later than I imagined. Quite a stark contrast with Mondstadt. People pray and play music in the Cathedral Plaza during the day, but come nighttime, the streets are deserted except for the knights on patrol.
I feel like he prefers Mondstadt, but at the same time, I feel like Kaya's kind of a nightlife kind of guy. Which lifestyle do you prefer?
Good question. Life in Sumeru is never dull. Last time I was out drinking on the street at night, some passing mercenaries invited me to dance. Although, I did learn later that that kind of thing is highly unusual even there. They must have been in a very good mood that night. They taught me a lot of songs that they usually sing during feasts. It really was a fun night. But be that as it may, I think I'm more suited to the free and easy life in Mondstadt. Simple, honest folks like me, we don't need much to be content.
Can you even hear what you're saying?
Fair enough. Let's shelve that discussion for now. Have you ever had a chance to hear the cathedral choir before? The hymns they sing are a whole tradition in their own right. Quite different from the folk songs that the bards play.
Not yet, it sounds very interesting.
Well, let's see if we can catch them today. Sister Grace is right there, so we can ask her about the choir's schedule.
What up, Grace?
Excuse me, Sister Grace. Does the church choir have any performances coming up soon?
Oh, I'm so sorry. The hymn concert we previously announced has unfortunately been pushed back.
Dang, the delay.
What's the story there?
As you probably know, Captain Kaya, we've been trying to organize an amateur choir in addition to the regular church choir.
Ah, yes. I heard about that. I believe the plan was ultimately to have different choirs who can take turns to perform hymn concerts.
Yes, exactly. Well, it turns out there are plenty of believers who are good singers and interested in joining a choir. So, in theory, it should have been a simple case of getting everyone in the same room, then practice, practice, practice. But for some reason, the rehearsals are going terribly.
Oof.
I don't understand it. Everyone in the choir has a basic level of musical literacy, but they sound awful together. It's like everyone's trying to do their own thing. There's no group harmony.
You gotta work together.
Maybe I'm just not musically gifted enough to give them the guidance they need. Captain Kaya, I know you like listening to hymns. How good is your
Is
understanding
Kaya
of
about to
vocal
single-handedly fix the choir?
Music is far from my forte. But if you need some help,
Oh, he knows someone.
don't worry. I know an expert who's more than up to the task.
Thank you so
Venti?
much, Captain Kaya. Having some expert guidance will definitely
Barbara?
be a great help.
I'm sure you've figured out who this expert is already. He has the best singing voice of any poet in Mondstadt, and
Venti?
understands poetry better than any other singer. Plus, he's exceptionally easy to find. 9 out of 10 times, he's in the tavern.
Venti? There's no way we're getting Venti for this, bro. Kaya's is so good. I feel like I should have ended on Kaya's, bro. Kaya's Hangout is like, it feels like an event with all these character cameos. It's been fun. There he is. The man.
Good day. Drinking alone? I hope you don't mind us joining you.
Hello, Venti.
Hello, hello! Please, take a seat. We're all friends here.
The goat.
One moonlit alley and an apple cider.
Patton always throws me off. If you know, you know.
Ooh, excellent choices. Come on, let's have a toast and drain our glasses together. Here's to the time spent drinking with friends, which is more unforgettable than the drinks are delectable.
Ever the poet, Professor Venti. A beautiful
Professor
toast
Venti.
from the bard with the most.
Bars.
Any songs of yours we could listen to? There's a real dearth of quality entertainment at the moment, since the cathedral's choir performance has been delayed again. Speaking of which, I trust you've heard Sister Grace's choir perform before?
Of course! Though the format is a little on the formal side, they do sing quite beautifully. Very pleasant to listen to.
So you'd say you enjoy listening to hymns?
Let me think. Well, however it's expressed, as long as you can hear the singer's passion and joy in their voice, I consider it a phenomenal performance.
Passion and joy, huh? An intriguing perspective. By this logic, I suppose Lord Barbados would also enjoy the choir's performances.
Oh? And why is that?
Think about it. It's only because of his patient guidance and protection that the people of Mondstadt can now sing such beautiful hymns in the cathedral. It must be quite satisfying for him
Does he know?
to hear a joyful people lift up their voices in song.
Yes, well, that's a beautiful image filled with hope. But actually, maybe Barbados himself doesn't give it so much thought. In principle, the hymns of the cathedral are dedicated to a god. But in reality, the audience are all ordinary people with very worldly concerns. So what really matters is that the people enjoy what they're listening to.
If Sister Grace was able to see things that way, perhaps she wouldn't feel so distressed.
Huh? Distressed? About what?
You explained Sister Grace's predicament to Venti.
She might be asking a bit too much. To be honest, if they have a natural talent for music, they should just be allowed to sing whatever they want. It'll all sound good.
Even if their voices aren't in harmony?
I'm pretty sure the first people to sing songs to the Animo Archon weren't all singing the same tune. Besides, he is the god of freedom. Surely he'd prefer to hear Mondstadters sing their hearts out however comes naturally to them.
Well, to each their own, I say. But Sister Grace seems quite bothered by the whole thing. If only a kind soul with a deep understanding of poetry
And then he's
music
bribing.
could help her.
He's bribing with more drinks, isn't he?
Uh-oh. I only brought enough money for one bottle today. I'll have
How about I foot the bill and you
Another
go
bottle
help?
of apple cider for Venti, please, Patton. My treat.
Wow! Thanks, Kaya. Ah, you were one of the finest students ever to emerge from my fast-track love poetry class. I always did admire your enthusiasm and kindness. With the aid of this bottle, a humble bard's woes are whisked away on the wind. And
My blood
so
sugar's
it
low.
falls to this humble bard to
Diabetes
pass
moment.
the blessing on to another.
Then this is probably the single most worthwhile alcohol purchase I've ever made. With your help, Sister Grace's problems are as good as solved. Sister Grace is a devout follower of the Animo Archon. Perhaps it's her depth of devotion that causes her to worry too much about the smallest things.
Don't worry. Just wait a moment. I'll go find her. Right after I finish this cider.
You know, I just realized.
Next time you visit her, our sweet sister shall be sad no more.
I feel like you say your farewells after enjoying some wine, Kylie first. I feel like Venti's the only one that really has a church dedicated to him, yeah? Like, do any of the other nations have, like, churches? I don't think they do. And maybe it's just Naya, but... I mean, like, I guess Nahida has, like, a palace. And... A has, like, her palace as well. Which, I mean, isn't a church, but, like, I don't know. Zhongli doesn't really have a place dedicated to him, does he? And he's got, like, that gold place, I guess. That's, like, where all the Mora is made, you know? It's kind of, like, weird. I don't know. Hard to explain, I guess. Like, really, Liyue is kind of ruled by the people. It's got the, basically Ningguang at the top. The food chain. I should just fast traveled. I don't know why I ran all the way up here. I suppose because I was talking.
Hello, Sister Grace. How are the rehearsals going?
Captain Kaya, your bard friend has a few suggestions that are somewhat fanciful in nature.
Fanciful in the sense of not worth adopting? Is that what you mean?
What are your thoughts, Venti?
Everyone in the choir loves to sing, but they're used to singing their favorite songs. Suddenly asking them to sing in perfect harmony like a church choir with years of experience is just too difficult. So, why ask them to adjust to the demands of those staid old church hymns when you could just create a new song for them? One that they'll be able to grasp quickly? If you want, I could help.
Church choirs typically stick to traditional hymns. This is certainly an innovative idea.
I like
What's
it.
stopping you from considering it, Sister Grace?
While I don't expect a recently established amateur choir to perform on par with our own church choir, this would be a major departure from tradition. I'm just not convinced that it's appropriate.
Is the Church of Favonius really such a stickler for tradition? Giving believers the chance to express themselves freely seems like it would be a very positive thing.
Preserve the nation of freedom.
Venti, do you think the Animo Archon would like to hear a new melody?
Oh, definitely.
Of course! This was the wish of the people when New Mondstadt was first founded.
Okay, well, let's see what our other friend thinks. Traveler, what are your thoughts?
I, for one, am inclined to agree with Venti's understanding of Barbados.
Another vote of confidence. Maybe there's hope for this idea yet.
Maybe it's just a generational thing, but... Well, it's not a completely unreasonable idea.
Gentius Barbados.
I suppose it can't hurt to try.
Looks
Maybe
like
you
we're
don't know
all in
that.
favor then. So let's start preparing. Sister Grace, could we trouble you to inform the choir members?
Of course. I'll tell them now, and then we'll give this a try.
Should we find some people to help us compose the lyrics? If this is to be a new song of the people, then the more fresh ideas we have, the better.
Good idea. Let's split up and find some contributors, Traveler.
Who should I go look for?
Let me think. Since we're composing a song, we should try and recruit at least one person
Barbara?
who understands music. Aha,
Barbara?
I know. Sister Grace, how would you feel about us asking Sister Barbara to provide
Let's
her
go!
Given that the idea is to write a song
This hangout's
dedicated to
such a
Lord
W.
Barbados, I'm sure Sister Barbara would be very willing.
Perfect. Traveler, why don't you head into the cathedral and invite Sister Barbara to join us?
Dude, it's felt so
I'll look
long
for
since I've
another
seen
friend who's
Barbara.
interested in helping us.
Probably the potion mixing event. Which I guess wasn't really that long ago, but still.
Got it! Ah, with this melody, it'll be much more expressive.
Hey, Barbara.
Let the wind lead. Traveler, it's been a long time since I last saw you in the cathedral.
Barbara, just the person I was looking for.
Fortunately, I have some time to spare at the moment. What is it? Oh, I see. What an interesting idea. The hymns we know today
What a
have
goat.
been passed down to us through the ages. Very few people would ever think to create a new one. But as long as we put our hearts into it and write with reverence and devotion, perhaps our new song can become part of the tradition that is passed on and bring joy to future
Based.
generations. I never imagined that the bard would come up with such an amazing suggestion. I'd really love to be a part of this.
We're having a discussion in the plaza now. Would you like to join?
Sure. Let's go there together right now.
So wholesome. Actually, such a good character. Barbara, go! Is that what's his face? I forgot his name. The stalker guy. Yo, Diona? Dang! Literally, this hangout is like an event.
Ah, you're here.
Best hangout. Odd, honestly.
You took your sweet time.
Hey, Diona.
I've seen Kaya play Genius Invocation TCG, making up a bunch of baloney to distract his opponents. He's a trickster, plain and simple. So now, I gotta check with you guys to see if what he's saying is true. Can we really write about anything we want in this song? Even the evils of Mondstadt's wine industry? And is the choir really gonna perform it publicly? So everyone on the streets will hear it?
I think she can really write about that.
I don't think anything's off limits. I thought it was a fun idea anyway.
Savage.
Then I want to write this. All booze hounds will be punished harshly by Lord Barbados.
But that's not true because he's a booze hound himself.
That's a very novel idea.
Bro sneezed because she was talking about him. That's
I'm
funny.
used to just humming to myself while I work. So after Sister Grace criticized us for not singing in harmony, I was planning on quitting the choir. I never thought we'd be able to just sing what we wanted. Whew, what a relief.
Plus, we get to write a song with Sister Barbara. I'm so honored.
Fanboy.
Thank you, everyone. Why don't we start by picking a theme for this song? I agree. Traditionally speaking, the theme should be Praise be to the gentle and loving Lord Barbados.
I expect that Professor Venti might feel that topic is overdone and lacks originality, and that it may not be to Lord Barbados's liking.
That's Kaya for you. Got it in one. I'd suggest that everyone start by thinking of the little things in life that bring you joy.
Ooh, well then can I praise the perfect fish head soup
Love that.
my mom cooked last night?
Of course you can. I think I'd like to rejoice in the precious days spent together with family.
Let us praise Mondstadt, the city that allows us to sing freely.
See? Already we have lots of wonderful ideas. Let's write them down. And then Kaya can...
What?
Huh? Kaya?
Kaya leave?
Okay, everyone. Write your ideas down once you've got something. And then we'll open it up for a group discussion.
I think the song should express the joy of being together with family.
Should I write about fish head soup or Liwe grilled fish?
What are you doing here? Didn't want to participate in the discussions?
You're not participating either.
I just wanted to take you to hear a performance, but that obviously didn't happen thanks to the problems with the choir rehearsals. The rehearsals are now back on track, so I've done my part. If I stay here any longer, I'll probably get roped into singing with them.
That'd be funny.
I'd rather it didn't come to that. My songwriting abilities are limited.
Here you are helping other people out when you're supposed to be kicking back and relaxing.
If doing nothing but loitering on the plaza enjoying the scenery all day is the only way to relax, then I suppose I didn't get to relax. But that would get boring after a while. To me, it's more fun to wander around, see what's happening, and insert myself into interesting situations.
Yeah, that's fair.
Besides, can you be so sure I didn't have something to gain from helping Sister Grace with her choir rehearsal dilemma these past few days?
What'd you have to gain?
Oh, I spied two naughty students skipping class.
Yeah, Betty.
And they just so happened to be the very two who asked me to help Sister Grace in the first place. We're ready to review and discuss everyone's lyric contributions now. Hey, why is it that you look like you're trying to run away?
I still recall the teachings of Professor Venti. The Animo Archon cares not about how moving the people's songs of praise are, but rather whether or not the song comes from the heart. With so many true believers gathered together earnestly writing a song for him, I'm sure the Animo Archon is watching on and feels very satisfied. That's what a song of worship is all about. So, mission accomplished.
And that's the reason you decided to leave?
Slipping away before the final verse is sung, before the poet has uttered the last line, before everything has concluded. I don't know. Something about it just resonates with me.
You're just embarrassed to sing.
Oh no. You've seen right through me.
Wow, that was a craftily crafted speech. I almost fell for it. But to share all this with a group of friends, only to find myself one friend short before the final verse is sung, before the poet has uttered the last line, before everything has concluded, I don't know. Something about it just irritates me. If you don't want to write a poem, then let me gift you one. Abandoned to whatever fortune the cruel waters bring, bereft of control, directionless I swing.
Bars.
The swift currents surge, and onward I urge, through the snow and frost that fall and winter bring. Majestic waves cresting, surf roaring its tail, none but the ocean to hear as I sing. The stars in my eyes as I chart toward the horizon, that into one day from the endless dome of night I shall spring. If you are a chaser of freedom, the Animo Archon will bless you. So why not let those feelings out and sing with everyone?
Based.
A boat that has come unmoored will not get lost in the night, but sail towards the dawn. A beautiful image.
Of course, you don't have to believe in it, but the winds of Mondstadt will guide every lost ship back to safe harbor.
Well, after a fine poem like that, it would be plain rude of me not to rejoin you.
Let's head back together. You two of all people have to be there for the grand finale.
Awesome. You are a chaser of freedom, why not sing with everyone? Dude, that was great. I loved Kaya's hangout. That was actually really good. Kaya's hangout, banger.
First, get into position.
My certified seal of approval. Alright, Kaveh.
And move like that. Yep, that's it.
I feel like Kave's is gonna be funny. I feel like Kave's is gonna be a silly one like Diona's. Or who knows, maybe it'll be deep and depressing, who knows. I feel like it's gonna be funny though. Just the vibe I get from Kaveh most of the time.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation.
True.
Please enlighten me.
He's
What
not
would
wrong.
feel more right to you?
Sounds like he's just a hater, bro.
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Bro's like,
Don't
you got no
architects often
taste.
say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
As all things should be.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Bro's so mad.
Hey, young man, please wait.
Bro's got no hearts left, bro. He's pissed. He's pissed. Kaveh looks like he's in a bad mood. I should go check up on him.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Bro looks so distraught. All right.
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
I followed you here. Stalker moment.
So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss,
So true.
I'll have a glass of wine, same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Have a glass of juice.
Wine in a glass of juice, coming right up.
How he chugs down his entire glass of wine.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Abe seems a lot more honest after he's had some wine.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
Damn.
You got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is
Bro
every
just wants
other
to get
day that
wasted.
you run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler?
Bro's so drunk. Something that embodies the creator's efforts and dedication?
Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar. In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer.
Abe still looks dejected, and even the wine didn't help his mood. I helped cheer him up. Maybe I should play it safe and just make a simple suggestion. Let's do something else and clear your mind.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here.
Why did you decide to become an architect?
Huh? Where did that come from? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. You could say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time.
Would she be able to understand how you're feeling right now?
Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that. I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items. So I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Yeah, I should dig it out and take a look.
Do you think I could come with you?
Sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend. Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right? Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep things from you. Ugh, thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time trying to rekindle the passion for my craft. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. Do you think you'd find that too boring?
I don't think so.
All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live.
I would have really I'll hate them.
Who knew that the day would come when I too would have some friends over? Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning.
Oh, that's fine.
Hatham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill.
Dang, long loading screen for some reason. Guess we're going into Samara City, but... To be fair though, the loading times in this game are actually pretty impressive. A lot of open world games just don't load very fast. Because there's a lot of stuff to load. I like how it's called Al-Haytham's house and not Al-Haytham and Kale's.
Al-Haytham isn't in, so
Kave's.
feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Is that a drawing?
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age. Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right?
Why do you say that?
Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. My building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over.
Truly an architect.
And this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect.
Oh no.
It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?"
And what happened after that?
My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was
Good
very
mom.
patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Good mom.
Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again?
A notebook with a lock.
Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Huh. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose?
You could open it and take a look. Doesn't know the code.
If only I could. I never managed to guess the password.
Even after all those years?
Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be?
Your name? Your birthday?
I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kave, Take Care, and Yours Truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well-wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out.
We can try asking some of her old acquaintances.
So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadi.
Didn't we meet this professor? Who is that?
Huh.
We did. Maybe we
You've
didn't.
never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends
isn't
most
she
of her
the
time
lady?
around the
Isn't she the
Bimarstan
lady
area.
that argues
Let's go
or
take
like
a look.
has a
We might
rivalry
run
of
into her if
tomatoes
we're
or something with that one guy? I feel like it is, but maybe it's not. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. The name sounds familiar. To be fair, it could just because it's the nationality. So, but I feel like it is. I feel like it's the lady that is having the competition with that old guy. You know, because it was right here, wasn't it? Maybe not. Pardon. I don't know. Tainari.
What am I supposed to do now? Forget it. I'll just head back.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again.
I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Cyno's adoptive father.
Okay, this is all coming together.
I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail.
Okay,
but
no,
her
it
vocal
is.
cords certainly sound loud and healthy.
My memory's
as ever.
decent, I think.
Granny? Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment. Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
Bro can smell the alcohol.
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter
You
beast
tell
like
him,
some
Dino.
mindless fungus? Huh? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardis
I'm like, I'm sorry.
Do you want to come?
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
A granny who lives
Wonder why the
nearby.
shadows are so flickering in
Let's
Samara.
go take a look.
I don't know if it's because of all the foliage and maybe they lowered the resolution of the shadow maps. That's my only guess. Because I think it's only Samara where it's like super flickery.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so
I knew it.
well. It had all
I
the
knew it.
potential to become the best tomato this year, and you cut it straight from the vine.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it.
Wasn't
Why would
Cyrus-
I
I don't-
take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd
I
have
guess
to be
this would be
awfully green
before it
as an
happened anyway.
investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here could refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Enough nonsense. Just come out and face me, you coward.
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
They gotta get a room. Don't tell me this is.
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you.
I think you may have just shrunk.
Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
Ah, it's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Damn, it's all a conspiracy.
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook, for now. Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Yes, of course.
Bro.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
I wonder if Faranak is a character we can actually find there.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the first time. She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front.
Dang,
But
she had
every
that
time
ridge.
I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value." If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas.
So that's how it is.
That's how it always is.
I wonder if the password could be...
Understanding?
I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again. Your personalities are quite alike too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Farnak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But wasn't my father from Rotawahist? Could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think
There's
they
an
were
extra line
probably
there
beyond him,
in the
too.
voice line.
But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows. Farnak had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship.
Maybe that's what she was trying to tell you.
Huh. It worked.
Companionship.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranet could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable
The comments, I
garden.
think, is gonna be long too.
I wonder what my
They
mother
just
could
made
have
them
written
longer.
about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest.
Oyster.
But I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him. But now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him.
Awesome.
We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen, it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel
Denial.
dream. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of.
Wonder what happened to his dad. I
No
don't
matter
think we
what
had an
happens,
explanation for that, did we?
I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother. This blonde man was probably my father, but who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar?
Yeah, they do seem familiar.
From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few lines written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation,
It's
so
like
I resigned
Tainari's
myself
dad.
to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people, especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future.
Kids do be
I
jumping
hope
though.
he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back.
I don't draw a game.
Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life.
You gotta go to
It's the only way to
Tainari's
alleviate
thing.
your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di?
Wait, you were actually considering not going?
The thought definitely crossed my mind.
Do it, go.
Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad. Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words or gesture. And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible.
But Tainari saw right through you.
Huh, you're right. I really didn't expect to run into him here. I swear, his nose must be just as sensitive as his ears. Well then, I guess it's best that we go and join him for dinner. That means I'll owe him yet another meal now. You know
I don't
what?
think he thinks it that
I'm
way.
not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Pardis Di.
1600. Oh, I have to do it next day. And I'm getting freaking hot. I don't know if we're gonna complete all the hangouts by 9, which 9 I think is gonna be Mualani's character demo, so I'm definitely gonna have to end stream by then. Got 2 hours, and Kave's is already looking to be another 3-hour one. Who knows how long Lynette's is gonna be. That's okay. There's still technically time. Wonder if it's gonna be anyone else. Sino? Not surprised there, to be honest. Can't really have a gathering without Sino being there.
Hatham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Let him show up.
Are you sure? All right then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis Di?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies.
Yo, Kale!
I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here
Why don't we
shortly.
wait for her?
Anyway,
It's
let's
for
get
her
started.
anyway.
To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase will
Dang,
go as
have
well
more
as the
faith
first.
in your student.
The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited Al Hatham?
Yes, I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't gonna finish on time?
Never happened to me.
Damn.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Perhaps you could adjust the pace of the curriculum?
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Al-Haytham for his opinion, but...
It's very simple.
There he is.
Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
It's still
They're gonna
more than
pick
the
her
number
now,
of
aren't they?
times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
Oh!
As long as you're still aware. So,
What
made
a
the difference this
savage!
time? You looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kale will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kale manages
Hello.
to make her way to the Academia,
How are you today?
we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spontamad is the better
Now
choice.
they're fighting.
It's
and
where
what
I graduated
school
from,
she's
after all.
Going.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
You? I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion, which Darshan would be the best choice for Kale?
I think she should get through the second phase of her studies first.
Well said.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Nah, I wouldn't say I'm really farming. I'm just getting caught up on, like, major story content. I know this isn't really a major story, but I've had some hangouts that I've wanted to do for a while, so I'm trying to get the hangouts done before Natlan comes out.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kale has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect" on the front page of that.
But don't you love your job, Kaveh?
You're right. I can't deny that.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
Everyone enjoys a relaxed and pleasant dinner.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
Kaveh sure gets drunk fast.
Have you considered finding another client?
That's actually hilarious.
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for
Have you considered
months
just
now.
getting good?
Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some mora?
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No. That's not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh.
Oh no.
I'll tell you a new joke.
Oh no.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Yo, wholesome picture. Oh, there's Kale. Positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Okay. We have a 3-way split there. Let's do the split.
Relaxing days like this
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get to Lynette's today. I have to try to do it tomorrow before maintenance. I want to get it done before Sumeru Natlan anyway.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to say.
Maybe we should just put it aside for now.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. Ah, I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life? What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
Like, this building inspired me to do this. What the heck? Is that a better waypoint? Not really. What a weird spot. Oh, is that? Oh, it's the House of Dana. Should have just read. I know where the House of Dana is, though. Let me in!
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
Sound like you almost miss it.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
Why did you like to draw in the House of Dana?
If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations.
I think we're just walking, not even talking.
Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhaitham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhaitham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. there was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Where is he?
Alhaitham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
I love
their
dynamic.
Shouldn't you be at
It's so
the
funny.
records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now.
I want to continue the story.
Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
Kaveh's feeling a little...
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the academia's architecture?
Okay, buddy.
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Okay, buddy.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
That's crazy.
Oh, we'll wait.
Waiting is about all we can do.
Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down?
He was put through the ringer recently by a particularly difficult client.
Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself?
It doesn't seem far from the truth, though.
He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles.
So the problem is with Kaveh.
Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Dang, bro's just giving us a character analysis.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kasharawar?
Wait, what?
Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something?
Archbridge?
Huh? Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You... In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth, everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next.
Bro's just getting his ego stroked,
all about
bro.
the designs I made for the place.
Are you going to come too, Alhaitham?
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
I don't know how to go there. Just gonna be like, this is my favorite part. This thing right here, the hardest part to design. Now my favorite.
Port Ormos.
Did you design one of the buildings here?
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example. That was one of my designs.
How'd you come up with the idea for it?
When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
The residents of Port Ormos really enjoy it.
You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzare was not perfect.
But having no regrets would also mean you had no higher hopes for the future.
Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities, and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert?
I wouldn't mind.
Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often visit. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Guess we'll find out. Bro acts like this isn't super far into the desert.
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Hold on. Having a chip moment.
Scanning.
Hey, this team still works. A rarity.
Everyone hold hands. Coming through.
Cooked.
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazarzare. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish.
You also haven't completely lost your passion for life.
Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs.
Excuse me.
Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer.
Now that's more like the Cave I know.
You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
Of course, brother. Ending? Yep, okay. Okay, so there's 2 other splits right here at the beginning. Yeah, I don't even know. I think I'll probably get Kave's out of the way at least before 9.
Taking this commission was truly...
Honestly, I have no idea.
No worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe it was never a correct answer in the first place.
I still looks dejected, and even the wine didn't help us back to repeated stuff. I'll help you convince the client to come to your side.
Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design, and all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me.
I don't think he was intentionally trying to be difficult.
Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my frustration. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. Let's go have another talk with him. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
Again, shit, just went to port almost.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation.
Against Lord.
Your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Dang crazy.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I
Unity is a
think
pain.
we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me.
I'm alright, I'm alright. I'm Genshining. I'm the Gensh Lord after all, you know?
Just what?
Trying to get some last minute stuff done.
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty
He
cheap.
admits it. Yeah, I'm doing some last minute stuff. Well, stuff I want to get done. It's not like it's going away, so I can do this anytime. But trying to get a couple story things done that I've put on the back burner for a little while. So Lynette's isn't that long ago though, but Kave's I think was forever ago. So
The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt
no,
again.
unfortunately, a lot of things
Just
go away and
please
Genshin.
hold on for a second.
Specifically the events, which some events are really, really good, but yeah. Yeah, you know, gaming, FOMO, but there's a lot of perma content in Genshin. I don't know how Genshin does it, and I'm kind of like, I'm afraid, especially since it's China, that their workers are like always on crunch time because they have a new update every 6 weeks. And there's a lot of content in every update. Also, I hate it because Genshin is on the same update cadence as fucking Destiny right now. Every 6 weeks is something new in Destiny and a new update in Genshin. Literally. Like this week is Natlan. And Act 3 of Destiny. And the Black Ops 6 beta, which I'm totally gonna play, probably. And it's like, bro. There's too much. Yeah, true. It's funny though, because actually it works out. Because Destiny, it comes out earlier in the day. So I do the Destiny thing. And then Genshin thing comes out later in the day. So then I do Genshin. I think it was the same way with, well, actually, it would have been the same way with Final Shape. Ever since Final Shape, it's been Genshin and Destiny on the same update cadence. We need to return to Black Ops to take on 3D Clan. I'm excited for Black Ops 6, I really am. I hope it's good. It seems to be a return to form, at least for zombies, which is really important to me. I'm really excited for zombies. It's looking really good, and the early previews of it have been really good as well. It's like almost combining Black Ops 3 and Cold War zombies into one, which is cool because there's a lot of cool ideas in Cold War zombies, and a lot of and Black Ops 3 zombies is just peak in my opinion. So zombies is where it's at, and multiplayer's looking pretty cool too. They've I'm excited to play it this week, basically. It's still kind of looks like it's kind of Modern Warfare coded, but it's Treyarch. I like the way Cold War played compared to Modern Warfare and Modern. I haven't played Modern Warfare 2 or 3, but I don't plan to either. But I like Treyarch. Treyarch's always done a good job, in my opinion. Even when they took over Cold War. Cold War wasn't even Treyarch's game in the first place, and they still made it. I still had a good time with Cold War. But yeah, it's funny. Well, it's not funny, but it's kind of sad that Sledgehammer can't seem to get a game to do well for them. Like, Advanced Warfare was really bad. World War... was it World War II? Is that what it was? Call of Duty World War II? That one wasn't very good. And then Cold War was taken from them and fixed by Treyarch because it wasn't... It was in development hell or something like that. Yeah. I don't know, something that I always found fascinating that I didn't know is one of my favorite games from my childhood was developed by Treyarch, and that was Spider-Man 2. I still cannot believe to this day that Spider-Man 2 was developed by Treyarch. And it's so funny because I actually remember the billboard. There's a billboard on the building, on one of the buildings that literally has the Treyarch logo, and I never put two and two together. Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is made by Treyarch. It's so crazy. You know, the game that has our amazing pizza song? Yeah. I still can't believe to this day that that was made by Treyarch. One of my favorite childhood games. Yeah, I know, right? I didn't really think about it until I watched like a retrospective on it. I think is what it was a retrospective that I found that out. I'm like, oh my god, no way, that was actually made by Treyarch. I wonder what else they made that I just didn't know that they made. I think they ported too. I think they did some porting. I'm not too sure though.
So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right?
They cannot stop
If we
cooking.
implement your suggestions, then I'm
I hope
afraid we have
Black
to
Ops 6
scrap
is
the
good.
entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong.
Fortunately, I have Game Pass Ultimate, so even if it's not good, I can still try it for myself and not have to spend $70 or whatever it is they're charging for it. I think it's 70. You know, new standard. We love AAA gaming. We love it. We love $70. It's great.
Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, Please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I feel like these guys are never going to come to an
The
agreement.
most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all. You should have the final say on how the project turns out.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task at hand.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building,
They're still not going
it
to
also
agree.
won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please, give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
Why do I feel like he's hiding something? He is actually a little sus.
Similar feeling.
We follow him and see if anything unusual comes up.
Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part.
He sounds super frugal, too.
That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Yeah, he's gotta be stalling for some reason, right? Maybe. So we're gonna stalk him and find out. That's how you solve things, right?
Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking.
Bro found a secret pathway. You search the area with Kaveh, but find no trace of Badawi.
Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now.
Looks like
what is he up to?
Like a mercenary.
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something
is he trying to
happens
increase
to you,
his
I won't be
budget?
able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Eremite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape.
Trying to figure out where I've heard his voice before. It's possible he's just played another NPC in this game. But like, it sounds really familiar and it's really bothering me.
I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter beasts, I'm your man.
You used to be an Eremite mercenary?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to
I know who it is.
We're not that greedy.
Alright, alright,
We'll do our
alright.
best when given a job.
Alright, alright, alright. He is the Drifter. Also Razor. In this game.
Let me think.
That is totally
I'm
Drifter's voice
sorry,
actor.
but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest. Let's ask him about it.
Caught in the act.
We meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right, and I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland.
Why'd you feel like you needed to lie?
I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make Mora by
Shit, did I just touch my freaking face?
So I decided to reach out to you. By the way,
I don't know if I hit.
How did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin. And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation has gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right.
Passionate.
You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar, after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals.
Bad people are everywhere.
Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough Mora to pay for the design you proposed. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal as well. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is.
What the heck?
I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough Mora to meet the budget.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up?
Bro, it's like a freaking cum
You
stain.
find yourself stuck with no emergency fund.
Yes, I just
To
spit on
be
my
honest, I haven't really thought about that.
Bro, I
mean,
can't get it out.
When you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world.
Well, build it, homie.
So that the children of the future would have some books to read. And the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge.
You seem really passionate about this project.
A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who's spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life, and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, I can imagine that. My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time I still sensed many critical looks in my direction. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what we can do?
Would any other merchants be willing to sponsor the project?
Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the library? That does make sense. A library is a big project, and it's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's mora. What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find these sponsors?
Well, you're right. If I really think about it, I'm not too familiar with many big-name merchants.
Can we ask Dory? I don't like Dory.
Hard pass.
Agreed.
With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this.
Maybe she can connect us with some of her contacts.
Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
Ugh, Dory. Frickin' scammer. Dang it. I should have switched to Nahida. She would have fit. Sorry, I gotta get some Kirara meows. I haven't done that in a while.
Oh, now here are some unexpected guests. What brings you to the Palace of Alcazar's Ray? When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Hey,
What do you
can't you
mean?
think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is still fixated on nothing but Mora? What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely dependent on your hoard of cold, emotionless Mora?
That's exactly right. Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you don't keep your mind on it, your Mora may just find its way to somebody else's pockets. If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots of Mora.
You're hopeless.
Let's get back to why we're here.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it.
We would like to ask for your help in introducing us to some merchants.
Merchants? Why? Is there some kind of business opportunity?
Not for you. Describe the library construction project to Dory.
Oh, I see. So you're just looking for someone to help you fit the bill.
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
Sure, I can connect you with some folks, but with every service comes a fee, you know.
A fee? You mean just for introductions?
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important? And since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount.
Jeez. A lot of Mora.
How about 500,000 Mora?
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? That just doesn't seem right. Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind off your Mora even for just 1 second and focus on something far more important?
Very well. Since you're so passionate passionate about
Dang,
this project,
Dory Redemption?
I'll help you out and waive the introduction fees. 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and just so we're clear, it'll be up to you to present your project and discuss any deals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Love this song.
Let me think.
Where did I put the delivery? Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler. Practically all of Teyvat has heard of you by now. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here, but since Dory took the time to introduce you, we can spend some time to have a conversation. So, let's hear your idea.
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a public welfare project?
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible. We're just a little short on funding.
So what? You can't possibly expect that we just cover the shortfall for you. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it yourself with your own Mora. Seems simple enough to me.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project?
You can get Kaveh's client to advertise your business in the desert.
So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure? There is some value to that. It could make doing business in the desert a bit easier.
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing in the desert.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it'd offset the cost of the sponsorship.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit to an entire complex of buildings dedicated to culture and education?
Wouldn't that just cost more?
Yes, but in that case... Mr. Kaveh, please tell us what you have in mind.
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to migrate towards the area. A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
You do have a point.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in the area.
And you just believe anything he tells you?
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to confirm it to you.
Damn, savage. Please only ask questions that are relevant to the discussion.
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library in the desert, Aru Village would obviously be the best place for it. But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village have already been secretly purchased by a big-name merchant.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left for us. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want to build it anywhere else, we'll have to deal with a far larger list of problems. It's not impossible, I suppose, but...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion to other areas.
But if you were to do that...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other urgent matters, I'll be on my way.
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free to reach out.
R.I.P.
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own. Let's revisit this another time.
Hey, guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. As soon as they heard that there's not much more in this for them, they lost all interest.
That's just business, I guess.
Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But I can never get used to that. Those people never think of anyone other than themselves. Looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get the funding. Let's go.
Dang, this project ain't going well.
Want to talk about it?
Oh, she's here to mock us.
Oh, where did all that passion
Maybe
go
she's
from
gonna fund it.
earlier, I take it you weren't able to find a sponsor for your project?
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock us.
That's what I just said.
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sagama Bay really do such a thing? I will say, though, I more or less expected this outcome even before I introduced them to you. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money into this.
But this isn't just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 Mora? You scammer!
True.
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking like that, Kaveh.
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant.
She just said no one's gonna take it.
Inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru, so I'll be counting on your performance.
What? Really? I would like to sincerely apologize for my attitude just now. So, where would
You really
we
think
be
this
meeting
big
this
wig
merchant?
is going to be able to do it, though?
Oh, I suppose both of you can come.
I feel like he's just gonna reject it too, no? And it's looking kind of fancy down here.
This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru. Well, where are they?
Her?
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru
Is Lord Sagama Bay.
Huh? So you meant yourself all along? Then why did you bring us here?
There's a proposal.
I've given it some thought, and the complex of education and culture buildings that you mentioned does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own, but that's not really a problem for me.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly? Are you trying to scam me again?
The reasons are not important. What's important is that I'm willing to help you.
Dory redemption? Like, Dory hasn't done anything good.
As well as me, that once
Really?
this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy. So, to cut costs...
I get it, I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
What does that mean, though? Dory prepares 2 contracts. The brief read, Kave signs them.
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read. Their lives should improve a bit after this.
You seem rather pleased.
Of course. There are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change their fates. I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which might have been some prejudice on my part. Sorry for that. I will also try to pay back my debts as soon as possible. Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built? That will be the most important building.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document to find the lot.
Huh? The deed?
You don't mean...
So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything around Aru Village was you all along?
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me. Before our conversation, I had no idea what to build on all those lots.
Damn.
So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to cut costs. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible.
Oh my god.
Before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I am so touched, really.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking about the project and kept glancing at me with that menacing look in your eyes.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on the details. You know what? I'll pay for tonight's dinner.
Never mind, Dory not redeemed. Dory not redeemed.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. But since you said you're paying for dinner, I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it.
Bro really is an alcoholic, ain't
We're
he?
feasting until I've recouped my full commission fees.
Okay. So there's a split here. Let's do that one. Oh, didn't mean to fling the map.
We meet again.
We meet. We try a slightly different style.
A slightly different style. Give me a minute. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children, many of whom would have never been exposed to structures that may be considered elegant or beautiful. To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badawi's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more complex design. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say we won't touch the arches and stone pillars but make changes elsewhere, this is definitely a first. To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of extra effort into the layout, lines, and color.
I see. Would that really be okay?
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others
Humble.
would have given up on this project by now.
So humble.
As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind, but I'd need to visit the site to make sure. where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site for such a
I can only hear Drifter, man.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we even on now? It's making me feel terribly guilty.
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to Aru Village. We want to keep the roads clear, and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save some Mora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
And
What are
running
you waiting for,
Gambit.
then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
Kind of want to play Gambit for some reason, though. I just want to hear Drifter. Alright, alright, alright. Cabal on the field. Hive, bring a sword. Wait, I need one of those. I need one of those. No, come back. No. No. Oh, no way. I got it. That's crazy. I actually can't believe I got that. Kobe. I'm scared.
Most materials going from Caravan Ribat to Aru Village would pass through here. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be careful, though, and you should do the same.
Come at me!
Hold the line!
Dang, I just realized we didn't have a single combat section with Kaya, but we've already had 2 for Kaveh. Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
What's going on there?
I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert, after all. They won't get the best of me. But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. It's something I picked up when I was young. There were many fights between mercenary brigades back then, and one day someone stabbed me in the back. I didn't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth, and many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no. My wife passed away at an early age, and I don't have any children.
Found a new wife for him.
Sometimes I'd close my
Just
eyes
kidding.
and
Just kidding.
realize most of my life story
It's a
has
joke.
already been written.
Bad one, but it's a joke.
I have many regrets about my past, but at the same time, I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability. If at all possible, I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out like me. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru Village.
What's on your mind?
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people he's never met. Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. A kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life.
Doesn't that sound like you, Kaveh?
Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy life. But my situation is more complex than that. In the beginning, what drove me to harbor those thoughts was less idealism and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship hosted by the Academia. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression after the competition and requested to join an investigative research project in the desert. I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors may have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still circles back to me. I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, I still did whatever I could. I think I just wanted to make myself feel a little better.
And is that still how you feel?
At this point, even I don't know. I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. And I can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand themselves. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens, but the actions they result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also use that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around. I've known Alhaitham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word for it. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of respecting other people's fates. But as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that before.
I'll help you when the time comes.
But you've helped me plenty already. If you didn't reach out to me, I would probably be passed out on the tavern table right now instead of talking with Badawi. Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel inspiration already welling up inside of me. Maybe this will be just the opportunity I needed to create a whole new style. All right, let's head to Aru Village.
Man, I haven't heard this song in a long time. Man, I can't wait for the new Natlan music tomorrow, man. I'm so ready. I can't believe Natlan comes out tomorrow. I'm gonna cry, bro. This game's come so far. There's so many good things happening. Where am I going?
It's okay. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Isn't this where you talked to Alhaitham that one time?
here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak!
Oh my god. Forgot that his suitcase is sentient.
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful and can help me with a variety of tasks. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few designs.
Traveler?
Sataria?
Ah, you know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I have heard of you before. My name is Sataria, and I'm currently the person in charge of promoting educational assistance programs here in the desert.
Educational assistance programs.
Hey, time travel, that's right over there.
You must be familiar with the local conditions here.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the intended location.
A library? Do you intend to open it to the public for free?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have books to read.
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read. Truth be told, this very thing has been keeping me up
Just
at
like
night.
it must be fate.
Let me get straight to my questions then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that have been most affected by wind and erosion? All right, that should be everything. Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have two plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan.
You've got a new design plan already?
The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't have landed on this new style so quickly. According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the Traveler style. In the meantime, let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its doors.
Present suffering is nothing compared to granting hope for the future of others. Okay, we have one more ending. Unfortunately, it's a beginning one, so it's probably going to be kind of long. We have 26 minutes.
Deep breath, as if you're about to...
Hopefully we can get through it in time.
Taking this commission was
Art is something that resonates with the masses?
Yes, art shouldn't be self-indulgent entertainment saved for the elite. Let's say that I built a house for someone. If they don't like how it looks, then no matter how brilliant it may appear to me, they won't be happy with it. The problem is that it can be very difficult to get validated by others. I could compromise my personal standards to accommodate my clients, but often that just means creating a final product that I would struggle to look at.
Ave still looks dejected, and even the wine didn't help his mood. Oh yeah, I could skip it now. I forgot about that. Oh. Shoot.
Thank...
Oh no, did I mess up? Yeah, okay, it's gotta be the other one.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
No, we're already wasting time.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Sounds great to me.
How about looking into another career? That's crazy.
Different career. I see.
No.
That's not a bad idea.
I already don't like this path.
I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but
like
even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back and talk to him right now. Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself. Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
No more wine for you, you freaking drunk. Yeah. Let's take my vitamin D. The only D I... Wait, I'm just gonna stop there. Damn it. There we go. Damn it. We're almost. Not daytime, so we're not hearing Nino on the bongos. Hold on, I need my extra Nomura. Give him extra Mora. Extra 2,000 Mora. Yeah. I literally said I need to speed run this, and here I am like actually throwing.
Kaveh, it's you. It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every project, you know?
Hard to make a profit? You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved in any kind of big scandal.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. but I'm sure we've faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now.
You start a new career?
Well, not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Ksharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora. With that said, us Ksharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you sure you can just share something like that with me? Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design. Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door. Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Interested in coming over to give a few lectures? Regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private commissions.
I was getting recruited to teach.
So you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. It sounds like a pretty stable job, too.
You still gotta talk about your passions.
What do you think, Traveler?
I think you can give it a go.
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000
per
lecture?
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
Why is my dog going crazy? Hold on. Sorry about that.
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige of having the Light of Ksharawar as one of my instructors. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market.
I don't know if
I have to go make some
finish this before the demo comes out now.
See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly? I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous.
I'll join you for the lecture.
Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow?
I kind of hope it just like cuts
Some
to a
lessons
thing
I've
of him
learned over
teaching.
the past few years.
That's the end.
I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field. All right, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
7 a.m. Dang, it's not 8 a.m. That's crazy. The training center's this platform?
Oh, I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I prepared a lesson plan. Do you want to take a look?
Lesson plan? I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work in some of your own content to add some fun and flavor.
And take a look at your materials?
Be my guest.
Be my guest. Materials cover a variety of architectural knowledge. At first glance, nothing appears to be amiss.
It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start the class
Definitely
whenever you're
making
ready.
money like crazy somehow, though.
So you've
Drugs.
already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after all. Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. I'll just go ahead and use your materials. There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be a large class, is it?
No need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? All right. I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom when class is in session. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
It's okay. I was thinking about taking a walk anyway.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
Okami really as nice as he seems. Should probably ask around a bit.
Hey there. Can I help you?
You know a man by the name of Okami?
Oh, Alkami? You mean that rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of mora for it, too. I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture
Yeah, didn't he say that he check in
like
people
a lucrative profession.
rich or poor? So it sounds to me like he's charging an ass load for it.
Did you hear? Alkami recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're just talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those that can pass its entrance exam, so only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Kasharwar. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the Mora.
Man, to have that kind of
I
business
guess it's cheaper than actually going to the academia. But maybe not bad. Before long, Kaveh's class is over.
All right, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I scare anybody?
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh. We were just a bit lost and didn't get what you were talking about.
Did something happen, Kaveh?
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, the more upset I became. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture.
Why do you say that?
In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, they must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But, Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some Mora.
You're studying architecture to make Mora?
Yeah. Why else would we be studying here? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzare. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we can just sit back and wait for Mora to fill up our pockets. It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind me.
Bro, you're just a kid.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
But Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
What's wrong, Kaveh? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the genius scholars you're used to dealing with at the academia. We don't need to strive for perfect understanding. As long as some knowledge has been passed on, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money, but we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground, and the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Look, Kaveh, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making Mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
So instead of making money from architectures, you make your money from your students.
That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise. After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine alone. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was nudge them towards that belief. I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my business.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time? Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself. I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world. As the light of the Ksharawar, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life. Think it over, Kaveh. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
He's gone.
I'm so mad, I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him.
You'll give up the
my
Mora?
position as instructor. Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if he is right about one
Sorry,
thing,
I hate cutting up voice lines.
These kinds of training centers are
I
everywhere.
gotta hurry now.
And even if the academia was to find out, the most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be
There's something strange about all of this.
Oh? Did you notice something else?
Some of the students didn't appear to be very wealthy.
Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the student. If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for right? We should hurry. The students, we're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to the...
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I didn't finish Kave's thing. But I might after... We'll see. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, guys. I gotta go watch some Mulan trailer.